Chapter 81 Ambush. Assemble. Buzzing. Over 900 officers and soldiers assembled at the great martial arts arena with the fastest speed, amidst the chaos in the barracks yet without losing the most basic order. Report. The border has lit 2 beacon fires, 1 signal tower indicates 1, and 1 pile of firewood has been burnt, indicating that a raid of more than 10 but less than 100 cavalry is imminent. Xiang Tingchun made a swift decision. Zhao Kong, heed my command. You are to lead 100 light cavalry and rush to the aid of the Great Wall immediately. If the number of raiders is 100 cavalry, hold the fort and do not venture out. If it's around 50 cavalry, pursue for 30 li outside the city regardless of whether the pursuit is successful or not. You must not exceed 30 li. Lu Jinkue, Xiong Chuan, Wang Ji. The 3 of you are to lead your men to the Great Wall to reinforce our defenses and report any situation promptly. Your subordinate obeys. Several hundred households immediately set about their tasks. Especially when Zhao Kang's 100 light cavalry burst out of the barracks, they kicked up dust that filled the sky, a sight that was nothing short of spectacular. Lord 1,000 households. Chun Sansi clasped his fist. Allow me to accompany 100 households, Zhao. You. Xiang Tingchun hesitated for a moment. Go. But you must follow orders and must not act on your own initiative. I obey. Chun Sansi mounted his white swan horse. Within 2 minutes, he had caught up with the main force and came alongside Zhao Kong. What a fine horse, Zhao Kong said with envy. Your white horse must be even faster than that of Lord 1,000 households. Chun Sansi could clearly feel that the speed of the white swan horse was increasing as his mastery of horse control improved. But he was not the commander of this operation and did not dare outpace the main force. So he stayed close by Zhao Kang's side. This is really something. Zhao Kong pulled on the reins. It's been so many years since we've had cavalry raiders in the Peyang territory. 100 households, Zhao. Have you fought in wars before? Chun Sansi asked. 3 or 4 times, Zhao Kong said with a deep voice. The first time was 9 years ago when 80 barbarian cavalry launched a surprise attack, breached the city wall and slaughtered a village. At that time, Household's Commander Xiang was a deputy 1,000 households, and the discipline of the 1,000 households troops was even looser than when you arrived, with virtually no combat capability. After the raiders had killed and looted, they left and we couldn't keep them. That afternoon, Household's Commander Xiang's mother and siblings, his entire family, happened to be returning from the county town after making purchases and encountered the barbarians halfway. Not one survived. The next year, the then Lord 1,000 households was promoted and transferred, and after Mr. Xiang took over as the household's commander, the military discipline began to improve. Later, when the barbarian cavalry came again, most of the time they suffered heavy losses and eventually ceased their raids. Today's attack was indeed sudden. Chun Sansi understood. So Xiang Tingchuan's insistence on campaigning against the Shi River tribes was not just about getting a promotion. It seemed there were also personal vendettas involved. Haya. The 1,000 households was naturally located close to the Great Wall, as it was meant to defend it. They arrived at their destination while they were talking. Since every peace negotiation between the Central Plains and the barbarian tribes often led to trade, the Great Wall was not completely sealed off and normally had gates left open. The location where the signal fires had been lit was right next to one of the gates. Looking up, they could see 2 officers' bodies hanging from the battlements, pierced by arrows. Old Zhao, you guys arrived? Feng Yong leaned out and called out loudly. The enemy doesn't have many troops, just a bone training 100 households leading over 50 elite cavalrymen. The barbarian tribes emulated dashing, also implementing a system of military households. Moreover, all adult males on the grasslands were expected to serve in the military, embodying a system where every man was a soldier ready for battle and a herdsman when off duty, combining military and pastoral duties. Open the city gate. Zhao Kong did not waste words. I am acting under the orders of Lord 1,000 households to sally forth and slay the enemy. Quickly open the gate. Creak. The heavy and solid gate opened. 100 light cavalry swarmed out. Chase. Zhao Kong brandished his sword. However, as they were opening the city gate, the barbarian cavalry began to retreat. By the time the Shang dynasty soldiers chased out, the enemy had already fled a considerable distance. At this point, it became a contest of whose horses were faster. The war horses Xiang Tingchun painstakingly acquired were not bad, but they were not necessarily better than the horses from the grassland. As the chase prolonged, the distance between them and the barbarians grew further and further. It seemed chasing any longer would only result in a fruitless return. A white horse surpassed all other Shang officials like a shooting star, closing the gap to the barbarian cavalry to about 120 paces within a few breaths. The tiger bone big bow was quietly drawn, and a willow leaf arrow shot forth, piercing through the back of a light barbarian cavalry, who fell stiffly from his horse. Zhao Kong was shocked beyond measure. You see, shooting an arrow from the ground and from horseback are completely different things. Unfortunately, this arrow did not close the distance between the two sides, and the Shang officials were still far behind. Giddy up! Chun Sansi put away the tiger bone big bow and switched to a reed leaf long spear. He spurred the horse's belly, and the white swan horse beneath him picked up speed again, charging straight at the barbarian cavalry. Dangerous! Ahead was a slope, and Zhao Kong was too late to stop him as the long spear and white horse vanished from their sight. He couldn't help but feel a sinking feeling in his heart. Although there was only 1 barbarian 100 households, there were still over 50 cavalrymen. Charging in alone like this was bound to meet with encirclement. This kid's talent is good, but his actions are too rash. He can't die. If he dies, Wang Ji will likely think that I colluded with Luo Dongquan to deliberately kill him. Chase! Chase for me! The barbarian officer clad in armor spurred his horse to gallop at the front of the troop. He looked back and asked, "Have we shaken them off?" Lord 100 households. 1 man on a white horse is incredibly fast and has actually caught up. How many? Just 1. Such audacity. Could it be Xiang Tingchun himself? No. Judging by the armor, it seems to be 100 households. 100 households dares to chase after our 50 men? He's seeking death. Judging the speed at which the rest of the pursuers might catch up, the barbarian 100 households felt he had enough time and ordered, "Clear the way, I'll personally sever his head." Hiya! He reined in his horse, turning to look back. He saw a white horse military officer approaching with a long spear, who with a raise of his hand, plunged the spear directly into a blood-refining officer, killing him instantly. What ruthless spear technique! The barbarian 100 households immediately changed his mind. Surround and kill him, you swine. Surround him until he's dead. Cavalry is different from infantry. With the boost of war horses, their strength and speed far exceed that of infantry. Ordinarily, to exhaust a bone-training great success martial artist, it would take 20 light infantrymen, but if you switch to cavalry, then merely over 10 riders would suffice. With charge after charge, a mere martial artist could hardly withstand several rounds. Furthermore, among the more than 50 riders, there were not only array soldiers but also blood-refining great success martial artists and military soldiers. Even a bone-training martial artist would likely be exhausted to death. After the barbarian 100 households gave the command, the barbarian cavalry immediately turned around, spread out to a suitable distance, and then charged from all directions, encircling the white horse. Then they all pressed on to attack. Poochie! Chun Sansi thrust his spear, killing the enemy who approached face to face. He had just withdrawn the spear when he heard the whistling of a sharp weapon tearing through the air behind him. He immediately bent low on the horse's back to dodge a slash, then his waist twisted like a water snake, rotating 360 degrees as he swept his long spear in all directions, forcing back the enemies trying to ambush him from various angles. The white swan horse neighed and continued to charge forward. Seizing the brief opportunity, he thrust his spear through another enemy cavalry blocking the way and broke out of the encirclement. No matter how strong a martial artist is, they still only have 2 arms and 2 legs. This is the reason for the existence of an army. With enough people and sufficient time, combined with special combat skills, they can always find an opportunity to kill the enemy leader. This kind of life and death struggle, This critical and stimulating moment made Chun Sansi's blood surge throughout his body. His chi blood, meridians, and even the meridians themselves were operating over their limits under the instinct to survive. The residual toxins in his meridians began to rapidly deplete, and his proficiency in spear technique improved significantly. Meanwhile, the barbarian cavalry adjusted their formation and launched a second round of encirclement and attack. Bring it on! Chapter 82. A lone knight slays a general. This time, 3 spears were thrusted towards him simultaneously. Chun Sansi moved like a ghostly apparition. In the blink of an eye, he was no longer atop the horse. Instead, he clutched the saddle with one hand, his body fully suspended at the flank, narrowly evading the strike without harm. Before the opponent could retract their spears, Chun Sansi harnessed the strength of his waist and, like a spring, vaulted back onto the horse, trapping the wooden shafts of the incoming spears under his arm. His arm muscles coiled like dragons. The blood of the dragon elephant, paired with the 9 dragon living veins, erupted with astonishing power. He easily snapped the wooden shafts. Huff! The sound of a sharp weapon drawing near came from behind. Relying on his hearing, Chun Sansi surmised that this assailant was clever, realizing that his agile body was difficult to hit, so they aimed directly for the white swan horse instead. Go! He leapt into the air, thrusting his long spear and impaling a spearman who had lost his weapon, claiming his horse, and using the corpse as a weapon to crash into those behind him. With the white swan horse unburdened, its speed surged forward rapidly, successfully dodging a slash from behind. Heart and mind as one. Not until actually battling on the field did Chun Sansi truly understand how important this was. He jumped back onto the white swan horse, stabbing to death 3 cavalrymen in succession and once again breaking through the encirclement. No more than a few seconds had elapsed. 6 or 7 cavalrymen lay dead. My lord! The barbarian cavalry hesitated for a moment and did not immediately launch a third charge but simultaneously looked towards their 100 households leader for instructions. But before they could receive any commands, it was the white horse military officer who took the initiative and charged forth. In the chaos, Chun Sansi's vision was filled to the brim with bladed weapons of all sorts. The air was thick with killing intent from all directions, and enemies were everywhere. He had no time to distinguish between military officers and rank soldiers as he continuously swung the reed-leaf-long spear, spearing one barbarian after another, whilst also fending off attacks from all sides. The air was thick with blood, akin to a macabre rain. In such a state, with all guns blazing, it was an incredibly rapid expenditure of chi blood for any martial artist. Martial artists, aside from their physical bodies, rely on chi blood to enhance their attacks. This was equivalent to constantly using skills, draining the mana bar. Once the mana runs dry, one can only rely on the strength of their physical body. Fortunately, his mana bar was a little bit larger than average. With the blood of the dragon elephant coursing ceaselessly, Chun Sansi's body was ablaze with heat, but he felt no fatigue. His lunging spear grew ever more stable, accurate, and ruthless. In front of him, one after another, the cavalrymen fell, with cries of agony rising in succession. Keep going! The barbarian 100 households held his curved blade tightly, closely observing the situation, ready to further deplete the opponent's chi blood before personally taking action. After a martial artist breaks through to the Bone Forger realm, the main enhancements are to defensive power, physical strength, and speed, not much to chi blood. Therefore, theoretically speaking, trying to kill a bone-training martial artist with just cavalry would be incredibly costly. But the lives of 20 or more cavalrymen could roughly deplete about half of the opponent's chi blood. At that point, if he made his move, he would have the upper hand, and with someone assisting in a sneak attack, decapitating the enemy would be easy. Trading 20 or so lives for that of a bone-training general's was quite the deal. However, very soon, the barbarian 100 households realized something was amiss. For this young dashing military officer seemed to show no difference from his initial state, having slain more than 20 cavalrymen without any sign of diminished chi blood, not even making use of the unique defensive abilities possessed by bone-training martial artists. To put it bluntly, not even the skin was scratched. It was impossible to tell at which stage of the bone training realm he was.
Impossible.
The information the spies sent back 2 months ago only mentioned a young 100 households who had just started with the bone strengthening skill. Where did this kind of combat power come from? A breakthrough in just 2 months? And this looks to be the strength of small achievement, or even great success. The barbarian 100 households was rendered speechless. It was because of this report that he decided to quickly surround and kill the enemy. But now it seemed the information was faulty. No time left. In the time they hesitated, the dashing cavalry were about to catch up. Retreat! The barbarian 100 households bellowed, leading the retreat. The remaining 30 or so barbarians, having long lost the will to fight, turned their horses one after another, fleeing to the north. My lord! He's still pursuing. What? The barbarian 100 households glanced back as he turned slightly, and indeed, he saw the white horse rushing forward at a ferocious speed. Any cavalryman that dared to block his path was screaming as they toppled to the grassland, unstoppable, and in the blink of an eye, he was less than 30 feet away from him. Are you courting death? Furious, the barbarian 100 households, after all, was a bone forger with some achievement. He had refrained from acting, simply seeking stability. There was no need to retreat any further. While Chan Sansi was still retracting his spear after killing another cavalryman, the 100 households took the opportunity to charge, his curved sword casting a black moonlight in the sky, swinging down from above straight toward the throat. Whoosh! The reed-leaf long spear stabbed out at an extremely tricky and unreasonable angle, managing to arrive at the enemy general's heart before anything else could. In an instant, the barbarian 100 households' face turned pale with shock. There was no time to dodge, so he could only block with his arm that was wrapped in a bracer. Crack! The bracer shattered as if it were made of paper, and the sturdy arm bone was effortlessly pierced through. The barbarian 100 households endured the severe pain, trying to grab the spear shaft with his hand to limit the opponent's movement and exchange wound for wound. Unfortunately, he didn't get the chance. A weapon over 3 meters long should be very cumbersome, yet in the enemy's hands it was as flexible as a dagger. Before he could even see it clearly, the spear blade disappeared from his arm's flesh and bone, and when it reappeared, it had pierced his chest cavity. Crack! Crack! Chan Sansi released the chi blood coursing through his body, which explosively erupted, his strength converging in his sinewy arms and then transferring to the reed-leaf long spear. The spear tip, like a drill, stirred and ground the bones to pieces before pounding into the heart. He hoisted the dying body of the barbarian 100 households high into the air, swinging it around in the sky like a flag, then threw it out, toppling a cavalryman trying to escape, horse and all. In one move, the many barbarian cavalrymen were dumbstruck. Their 100 households, not the match for this man in a single move. Retreat! Retreat quickly! With the main general dead, morale collapsed. The barbarian cavalry panicked, their formation in disorder, fleeing on their horses. But the white swan horse blocked them ahead, and any who dared come close were stabbed to death. Additionally, more than 100 dashing cavalry were in hot pursuit from behind. With no way to go forward and enemies chasing from behind, it was clearly a road to death. We surrender. Mercy, my lord. We are willing to surrender. One of the barbarian flag officers took the lead, and the others followed suit, dismounting one after another. Surrender. Chan Sansi frowned. Who allowed you to surrender? What do you mean? Before the barbarian cavalry could react, they saw the white swan horse charging at them again, compelling them to fight like trapped beasts. What's going on? Finally arriving at the battlefield, Zhao Kong looked at the white swan horse charging back and forth and the bodies strewn everywhere, taking a long time to come back to his senses. One man, one horse. They had made more than 50 cavalry flee in disarray. More than 50 cavalry. Even a martial artist in the bone forger realm would be drained of chi blood, having to rely solely on their physical prowess to fight brutally. But that was not even the main issue. The key was that the enemy also had a bone forger 100 households. If Chan Sansi showed even the slightest flaw, he would have been beyond redemption. It was a critical situation, not a time for shock. Zhao Kong led his men into the fray. "Brothers, kill them all. Don't let a single one escape." The chase ended within half an incense stick's burning time. The 50-plus barbarian cavalrymen that came did not return, most of them slain on spot, leaving only 2 alive for interrogation. They also captured more than 20 war horses and a number of spears and long knives. 100 households Chun. "This is a bit too exaggerated," Zhao Kong said, feeling ashamed. "If it were me, I definitely would have been worn down by the cavalry. Then the enemy general would have taken advantage of my weakness and killed me with chaotic slashes. You alone killed more than 30 cavalry, plus you crossed realms to kill the enemy general. After we return, not to mention the standard rewards, a promotion is definitely in order. You flatter me, 100 households Zhao." Chun Sansi was covered in blood, feeling exhilarated. His exhilaration wasn't because of the merit he had achieved, but because the fight had been so effective. His body's meridians were nearly purged of poison, and his spear technique had improved tremendously. It appeared that bloody combat, especially when triggered by being surrounded, unleashed potential that was many times more effective than regular martial arts sparring. To put it simply, fighting was exhilarating. Skill. Undying Golden Snake Spear Upper, Adept. Progress. 205/1000. The spiritual grain within his body fully absorbed, directly leaping forward in proficiency, equivalent to several days of hard practice. Zhao Kong directed his men to clear the battlefield, then quickly returned, triumphant. But what greeted them was not celebration and elation, but a solemn and stern atmosphere. An urgent war report over 800 miles. The Grasslands' 4 clans secretly formed an alliance and, 5 days ago, suddenly declared war on all 3 states of the northwest border. Additionally, Prince Tuoba, leading 50,000 iron cavalry, is marching straight for Nding Prefecture. Yunzhou is in peril.
Chapter 83 Guangxian.
Central Army Camp. Urgent war report from Nding Prefecture, 800 li away. Xiang Tingchun dropped the letter. Unexpectedly, the 4 barbarian tribes of the grassland, after years of overt and covert struggles, managed to form an alliance overnight. Not only that, instead of attacking Liangzhou, they specifically dispatched 50,000 troops to attack Yunzhou. The letter says they have already set up camp outside the Great Wall and may begin their assault at any time. The command office of Yunzhou has ordered us to strengthen our border defenses and hold our positions without advancing, and to report any developments immediately. What are your thoughts? All the 100 households stood within the tent. 100 household by the surname Qian spoke up. Could today's cavalry raid be related to this? It's possible. Feng Yong took over. That group of cavalrymen didn't seem to be here to loot. It felt more like they were testing the reality of the Great Wall's defenses. Oh, Xiang Tingchun spoke seriously. Are you suggesting that the Shi River tribes are preparing to actively attack Piyang? I wouldn't dare to speculate rashly. Feng Yong said, with the military strength of the Shi River tribes, they should not have the courage, but we can't rule out they're secretly reinforcing their troops. Attacking and defending a city are completely different concepts in terms of difficulty. To attack a city, one often needs several times the number of troops to surround it. This possibility is not great. Luo Dongquan spoke solemnly. The northwest 3 states combined with Nding Prefecture are all strategic points. It would take at least an army of over 300,000 to match up. Even if the 4 barbarian tribes unite, their military and material resources are still limited. Where would they have the capacity to reinforce the Shi River tribes? That said, it's still best to be cautious. Xiang Tingchun ordered the night patrol team to start scouting missions ahead of time, set off after the 15th day, and be sure to clarify the recent situation of the Shi River tribes. Yes, after discussing the military issues, they moved on to the rewards for killing the enemy. 100 household Chen alone broke through 30 light cavalry and directly took the life of an enemy general, bravely invincible. Xiang Tingchun sincerely expressed, Even I was not nearly as good as you when I started. I will make a report to the court, promoting you to the rank of Captain Qingshin. As for the medicinal materials in the camp, from today onwards, you may use the medicine baths as you wish. All costs will be charged to me. However, starting from the Black Jade Protective Ointment, we have a limited quantity in the camp. All the 100 households need it, so I can't just give it to you alone. 6th rank 100 households, initially promoted to Zhaoshan Captain. After performing well or completing the term, they are promoted to Captain Qingshin. This can be understood as a promotion in military rank. After reaching a certain rank, you can then continue to be promoted. If there are no military achievements or significant breakthroughs in level, this process can be very slow. Even Xiang Tingchun, after he succeeded in refining internal, spent several years as a deputy 1,000 households before he managed to become the household's commander. Besides that, whatever reward you wish for, just speak up. My lord, I want horses. Chan Sansi was forthright. The 20 horses captured, can I have them? Okay. Xiang Tingchun agreed very readily. Not only will you have the 20 horses you captured, but I will also find a way to get you 30 more horses. Thank you, Lord 1,000 households. Chun Sansi bowed with his fists clasped. His request for horses was both practically useful. And on the other hand, it was because the 1,000 households were too poor, clearly unable to afford any other rewards. Piyang territory, it really was no longer a place to stay. Resources were too scarce. Leaving the tent, Dan Yuanji had been waiting for a while. Congratulations to 100 Household Chun for your military success. A single man on horseback nearly annihilated the invading cavalry. With such achievements, even the crown prince would probably take a second look. In his words, he hinted at a limitless future if they followed them. What about the medicine? Chun Sansi didn't beat around the bush. Guard Dan, didn't you say that the Lord Prefect wants to gift me a secret medicine? Magistrate Ji was very pleased to hear that you were considering surrendering, and he wants to invite you to his residence as a guest. After the banquet, he will personally prepare the medicine for you. Dan Yunji gestured invitingly. 100 Household Chun. This way, please. How thoughtful. Wang Ji. Someone's buying us a meal. Chen Sansi shouted loudly. Who? From 100 meters away, Fatty Wang swiftly approached like a whirlwind. Are you a guard for the Lord Prefect? So it's Magistrate Ji who is inviting us. Very good, very good. Question mark. Dan Yuanji didn't anticipate this turn of events. Dan Guard. Chan Sansi smiled and said, add a pair of chopsticks. Magistrate Ji surely wouldn't mind, right? This trip, Ji Guangxin most likely intended to show goodwill, without any hidden agenda. But it's good to be prepared for anything just in case. Cough cough, of course I don't mind. Dan Guard led the way ahead. Outside the military camp, a carriage was already prepared. It was Chun Sansi's first time sitting in a carriage. It must be said that those with money and status really know how to enjoy life. Ha! Chun, you're really something. Wang Ji rubbed his hands excitedly. Ji Guangxian is a substantial household. This capture is a real scoop. The carriage jolted and swayed until it reached the county town. The sky also grew dim, finally stopping in front of a grand mansion. Ji Guangxian, dressed in casual clothes, came out to greet them himself. Households Officer Chun, your bravery has spread throughout Piyang in less than 2 hours. Ji Guangxian praised. I truly didn't misjudge you, eh? And who is this? Wang Ji bowed with a fist and chuckled. My surname is Wang. 100 households in the military, here to ask for a meal from your excellency. Guests are always welcome. Please, come in. Ji Guangxian was exceedingly approachable and very generous. He even specifically had all the chefs from 8 Treasures Building come to his home, and the dishes were also made from top-quality ingredients, including beast meat and even a nourishing treasure fish, paired with premium deer blood wine. This table of dishes would cost hundreds of pieces of silver.
No poison.
After acquiring recognized medicine, Chun Sansi could identify any medicine-related ingredients, naturally including poisons. If anyone dared to poison the food, He could spot it at a glance. He didn't hesitate and started eating the treasure fish with his chopsticks. Wang Ji, not to be outdone, ate greasily. The two were so engrossed in eating and drinking that Ji Guangxian tried to speak several times but couldn't find the right moment. He waited until they had eaten their fill before finally speaking up. "Households Officer Chun, have you considered my offer to leave Piyang with me?" "Lord Prefect, didn't you promise me a secret medicine?" Chen Sansi said bluntly. "Bring the items here." Ji Guangxian clapped his hands. Two beautiful maids brought 2 wooden barrels, one containing iron sand, the other a prepared medicine bath. Truth be told, my ancestors were in the business of medicinal materials, so I also know a bit about medical skills, Ji Guangxian said with pride. Hearing that Households Officer Chun has made breakthroughs in bone strengthening and is currently undergoing skin training, this medicine is an excellent secret medicine for aiding skin training, called Condensed Dew Body Forging Soup. Its greatest feature is that it not only has the protective effects of black jade ointment, but also has a body strengthening and healing effect far superior to ordinary medicine baths, and it can be used until great success in bone training. "You'll know once you try," Dan Yuanji added. "This is personally brewed by Lord Prefect himself. It took an entire afternoon." "Good." Chun Sansi immediately stripped off his clothes, first using the iron sand to grind his skin, then jumped into the medicine bath. Unlike ordinary medicine baths which are intensely hot, this medicine bath, once immersed, had a synergy with black jade protective ointment. The medicine seeped into the flesh through the wounds made by the iron sand, not only repairing the skin but also nourishing the muscles and bones. No wonder with this one could cling to the high echelons in court. "Households Officer Chun," Ji Guangxian asked confidently, "how is the effect?" "Average," Chen Sansi responded indifferently. Chapter 84 Night Out at the Great Wall. "Ordinary." Ji Guangxian was taken aback. "Chun Households, you mustn't joke," Dan Yuanji said. "This bucket of medicine bath alone is worth 300 taels of patterned silver. How could it be ordinary?" "It really is ordinary, just that so." Chun Shanshur, without attachment, jumped out of the wooden tub. This left Ji Guangxian somewhat lacking in confidence. He rushed to the side of the tub, stretched out his hand to feel the medicinal water, confirming there was no issue. He immediately understood the other's point and said with a smile, "Perhaps the effect of one medicinal bath isn't apparent. How about this instead? To express my sincerity, Households Chun can come to my place 3 more times for a medicinal bath. Decide after the 3 times. As long as you agree, the medicinal baths are on the house. Moreover, especially for blood-refining great success, the Red Tiger blood wine, this official still has 1 jar left, and it's yours." "Good. Then I thank Magistrate Ji." Chun Shanshur clasped his hands. He then jumped back into the tub without wasting a moment. While riding in the carriage, the long spear was also placed such that he could reach it from outside the carriage, and he began practicing martial arts at Magistrate Ji's house. Wang Ji ate and drank. "Magistrate Ji, this small one toasts to you again." The two stayed until midnight before leaving the Ji mansion. Magistrate Ji also sent a carriage to take them back, with transportation to and from, very thoughtful. "My lord." Dan Yuanji watched as the carriage disappeared at the end of the street. "This youngster hasn't agreed to your conditions, my lord. Why still provide him the medicinal bath?" "Yuan Ji, you don't understand." As Ji Guangxian touched his beard, he said in an experienced tone, "There's a saying, easy to go from frugality to luxury, hard to go from luxury to frugality. Once he's enjoyed the condensing dew body forging soup, how could he settle for the remedies at the household's office? He'll naturally come asking me for it." "The Lord is brilliant," Dan Yuanji suddenly realized. White tribulus, blood orchid, tiger head fruit. In the carriage, Chun Shanshur was silently calculating the ingredients needed for the condensing dew body forging soup. In his mind, he had most of them, only missing one item, 100-year-old black ginseng. This rare medicinal ingredient, generally hoarded in the various medical stores as a treasured asset. No wonder the condensing dew body forging soup was so outstanding. He planned to gather some when he had time to search around. In a few days, he would go to the grassland to become Night Watch. Night Watch, as the name suggests, is a spy sent out at night to scout military intelligence. In important border areas like Liangzhou and in Ding Prefecture, the Night Watch would be specially trained instead of being assembled ad hoc. The next day, the news of the war at the border was causing an uproar. In and outside the military camps, people were in a state of anxiety, worrying whether the flames of war could reach Piyang County. Father has sent a letter. Sun Li took out a letter just retrieved from the postal station and said softly, "The letter says that Piyang might face unexpected incidents and advises us to stay and help." Unexpected incidents? Chan Shanshur asked. Are you referring to the Shi River tribe or? I don't know. Sun Li shook her head. It wasn't specified. Sun Buki was very anxious, snatching the letter while his mouth didn't stop moving. How is father? What exactly is the situation in the Northwest 3 states? With the combined forces of the 8 camps and the 29 garrisons from the Northwest 3 regions, nearly 200,000 soldiers, plus father personally going into battle, there shouldn't be any mishap. Sun Li remained calm. Not just the siblings. The entire household's office and even Piyang County had become anxious. If the border conflict turned into a defeat, the influx of alien cavalry into the Central Plains meant catastrophe for the civilians, as history clearly stated. As a result, the soldiers' training became much more diligent. 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. Chun Shanshur had just arrived at the encampment when the men below had already begun training. Skill. Commanding soldiers. Entry-level. Progress. 233/500. Utility. Mainstay. After the last lesson, everyone obediently followed Su Wensai's commands. The proficiency of the board rapidly improved, and the basic formation was practiced professionally, comparable to well-trained veterans. Su Wensai. Chun Shanshur called the old scholar. Summon all the Night Watch who will accompany me this trip. Train in the small car suspension array we discussed last time, to avoid being helpless in case of an emergency on the grassland. The car suspension formation belongs to cavalry formation. Compared to simple and brute assault charges, it emphasizes more on the spacing between cavalry and the coordination of weapons, appearing like rotating wheels in the enemy's eyes. Previously on the grassland, Chun Sansi encountered a group of people who merely surrounded and attacked rashly, without fully utilizing their numerical advantage. Otherwise, they would have been more troublesome. He also personally joined the training, integrating into the formation. Among the 5 people brought over by Wang Ji, Su Bin and Fang Buping were also present. It is worth mentioning that Su Bin had reached minor success in blood refining for many years and had finally achieved great success. Unfortunately, there was no flag leader position available for him. Chun Sansi was also short of people, so he conveniently took him under his command. You kid, you're starting to take advantage of me? Wang Ji remembered when he first met him, he was a very honest young man. Now he dared to freeload off the Lord Prefect and didn't spare him either. That sounds rather distant. Chun Sansi said indifferently. I'll trade 2 military soldiers for him, you won't be at a loss. Nice try, but I'll give him to you anyway. Wang Ji grinned with a smile. Next time we go to Magistrate Ji's house, remember to call me along. Of course. After a few days of training in the small car suspension array, it was Chun Sansi's turn to guard the Great Wall again. He began to ride back and forth on his horse again. Training formations, practicing martial arts, decocting medicine. In the meantime, he took another medicinal bath at Magistrate Ji's house, paired with spiritual grain. His cultivation speed continued to climb. 10 days later, when he was relieved of duty, his cultivation technique had made significant progression. Cultivation technique. Undying Golden Snake Spear, Advanced, Master. Progress. 655/1000. Skill. Medical skill, Ordinary, Entry-level. Progress. 204/500. He didn't neglect his medical skill either. Last of all was the White Swan horse. Whoa! Chun Sansi returned to the Great Wall, pulled the reins to stop and took out the fodder he had prepared in advance. Though it's called fodder, it was actually high-quality feed, containing not just licorice and alfalfa but also corn, beans, and assorted grains. Much better than what he had eaten when he was destitute. That aside, the horse's appetite was huge, practically needing to eat all the time. A warhorse's diet is equivalent to that of 6 robust soldiers. Maintaining a cavalry, the daily consumption of just grain is enormous. For this reason, warhorses were an extremely precious strategic resource for the Central Plains dynasty. We've been together for a while now. I should give you a name. What should it be? Chen Sansi struggled with naming. As he was troubled, the panel floated up. Skill. Horse control. Advanced. Master. Progress. 0/500. Utility. Travel 500 miles a day. The precious horse seeks the master. Travel 500 miles a day. Traveling 500 miles a day is already a top-grade warhorse. 1,000 miles would surely surpass the limit of ordinary horses. But since people in this world could cultivate, and there were alien races and animals, there must be extraordinary horses too. Just none in Pyong. No wonder you eat so much. Chun Sansi was more intrigued by the Seeks Master ability. Precious horse seeks master. Within 1,000 miles, the horse can autonomously find its master, come when called and leave when dismissed. With Seeks Master, the convenience of using the horse would increase manifold. All right, for now, I'll call you Little Soon. Chun Sansi carelessly picked a name. More hoofbeats sounded. Luo Dongquan, Lu Jinkue, and Wang Ji, leading their respective night patrol teams, arrived below the city walls. The hour has come. Luo Dongquan, seated high on his horseback, said, Chen households, quickly gather your men and follow me out of the city to scout. Understood. Chun Sansi bowed with his fists. It was early winter and the cold wind was bleak. At midnight, the city gate opened wide. The 3 night patrol teams silently left the city, disappearing into the vast, boundless grassland. Chapter 85 9th Prince Yuan. Pyong Tribal Encampment. As a branch of the Yuan lineage, they were stationed around 400 li away in the region of Shi River, relatively scattered. Wang Ji, you don't need to keep staring at me. Luo Dongquan sneered coldly. I've said it before. I have no grudges with Officer Chun. It's you who's petty. Cut the crap. Wang Ji cursed. 7 years ago, there was a recruit with good talent. Did you or Zhao Kong not compete with him? Then the man mysteriously died. Did he just evaporate from the world? I've disliked you for a long time. Wang, you need evidence to make accusations. Luo Dongquan narrowed his eyes. And put your position in perspective. I don't care what your status was in the 8 camps before, but now you're just a bone training 100 households, while I am deputy 1,000 households, a secondary 5th rank general of military strategy conferred by the court. Enough with the arguing. Lu Jinkue came out to mediate. We're brothers who depend on each other in life and death. What's there to argue about? Whatever disagreements we have can be resolved over drinks when we return. Luo Qianhu, you should quickly assign the task and not delay any further. Northeast, northwest, due north. Luo Dongquan pointed in 3 directions. Our 3 night watch units will each be responsible for scouting one of these directions. 2 days later, we must regroup here before midnight. Do not be late. Our missions cover different areas, so Wang, this should ease your worries. Right? Who knows what you're really planning? The 3 teams dispersed. A distance of 400 li is neither too far nor too close. With the speed of the White Swan horse, they can reach their destination in less than half a day. But they were scouts and speed wasn't the top priority. The most important thing was to gather intelligence and return alive. Advancing rashly could very likely lead to discovery by the barbarian cavalry. If they were discovered and surrounded by a large number of cavalry, not even their bodies would be found. The night watch's duty to not return isn't just about spending the whole night outside. It also implies the possibility of leaving no trace behind, not even bones. That's why Lu Jinkue cursed and swore when he learned that they were sent out to scout. Sadly, such a task must be carried out by the elite. Where to next? Soon they encountered their first task: determining the route. It was essential not only to successfully locate the barbarian tribe's exact living areas but also to do so undetected, far from an easy feat. Chen Sansi still remembered. In his previous life, when reading history out of boredom, there was a saying from the Han Dynasty: "It's hard for Li Guang to become a marquis." This general was brave and skilled in combat, distinguished in merit, and just short of sufficient military achievements to be bestowed a marquis. Every time he went on an expedition, he would either encounter the main enemy forces or return without merit. One very significant reason for this was the difficulty in discerning directions in the Great Desert, which relied heavily on luck. Yet this was not an issue. For him, hunters traversing the forest daily rely crucially on their sense of direction. Not to mention that Chen Sansi had an eagle eye. Even in pitch-black darkness where one couldn't see their own hand, he could still clearly discern every detail around, such as the horse hoof prints trampled on the ground right now. We have to detour. If we continue straight this way, we might run straight into the barbarians. Really? While somewhat skeptical, Wang Ji could only lead his men to follow along. They pushed forward 200 li overnight. During that time, Chen Sansi discovered traces of human activity several times, which became increasingly dense. After dawn, they found a secluded place to rest. Such training. The proficiency in tracking and concealing was rapidly improving. Tracking and concealing, small achievement. Progress, 605/1000. Chen Sansi had not expected that his hunting skills could also be applied to warfare. He munched on the jerky he carried. In this direction, there's an 8 or 9 out of 10 chance that it's the main settlement of the barbarian tribes. Old Wang, what do you think is the likelihood of the Payang tribal encampment sending reinforcements? Very small. Wang Ji leaned against a rock, drinking his liquor. Because there's no need. Even if the 4 grassland clans unite, their forces are still limited. Concentrating their troops to attack the open and flat terrain of the northwest 3 states might not be enough. Diverting troops to attack Yunzhou is already peculiar, let alone Payang County. I'm saying all this, you understand, right? I understand. Chen Sansi had studied maps and sand tables. The true stronghold of Yunzhou is in Ding Prefecture. Even if they take down Payang without capturing in Ding Prefecture, they can't hold the strategic pass, and the follow-up supply of troops and provisions would be a huge problem. Indeed, as Wang Ji had said, attacking in Ding Prefecture was strange enough. The difficulty of attacking the northwest 3 states and Yunzhou were not even on the same level. The cost-effectiveness was extremely low. So Chen Sansi also felt something was off, which prompted his question. Immortal treasure. It was leaked from the Tuoba tribe. If such great efforts were made, they could be related to the immortal treasure. Of course, these were just speculations for now. If the Payang encampment also sent reinforcements, they could confirm this speculation. Whether it is related or not, a great battle is approaching. Chen Sansi's current realm was still too weak. He didn't dare to waste a moment and continued to cultivate while resting, consuming dry food. The spiritual grain and remaining medicinal strength inside him did not slow down his progress. After nearly midday had passed, the group continued onward. In the next 200 li, even Wang Ji and his men could discern the traces of human life. They often saw flocks of cattle, sheep, and herdsmen from afar. Finally, as darkness fell, tent after tent of felt canvas appeared at the edge of their vision. From a distance, it was evident that the settlement was not just comprised of herdsmen. There were also armored soldiers and bright torches with rigorous guard. We can't approach on horseback any closer. Chen Sansi noticed that another 100 meters forward, there were patrolling cavalry. Once discovered, there would be no escape. He observed the patrol patterns of the cavalry and the surrounding terrain and soon made a judgment. You all keep watch around here. I'll try to sneak in and take a look. Without completing the mission, they wouldn't be able to report back. Giddy up. Chen Sansi quietly urged his horse forward, taking a detour until he reached the outermost perimeter of the settlement, hanging the reed-leaf long spear on the back of the horse. "Little Sun, I will call for you when I need you." The white swan horse seemed to understand and nodded its head. "All right." Chun Sansi, with his bow and arrows on his back, perfectly blended into the darkness, skillfully avoiding patrolling cavalry. He lay in ambush at the edge, seized the opportunity to shoot and kill a barbarian soldier who came out to relieve himself, and changed into the barbarian's attire, slinging a curved blade over his shoulder. This was just a cover. He didn't really plan to pretend to be a barbarian. In fact, as he infiltrated the felt tents, no one noticed him at all. Even so, not having a long spear in hand really undermines my sense of security. The reed-leaf long spear was too large and conspicuous to bring inside. Chun Sansi gripped the standard-issue curved blade of the barbarians. Even though his level was high here, and it wouldn't matter much that the weapon was not his preferred type, his combat effectiveness would inevitably be greatly reduced. It seems that, in the future, to cope with special environments, I should train with a short weapon as well. On the battlefield, it could also prevent enemies from getting close. Martial arts practice is for advancing levels. But I already have a high level, so if I train in other cultivation techniques, I should progress faster, right? All of that was for later. Chun Sansi focused on his current mission, wandering like a ghost through the barbarian camps, collecting all useful information. The armaments were complete. The grain stores were full. The troop strength was more than 2,000. In just one camp alone, a rough estimate put the number at 3,000 people. Moreover, the Shi River tribe wasn't all gathered together. The directions Luo Dongquan and Lu Jingkue headed to would likely encounter camps too, although possibly with fewer numbers than the main camp. "Greetings, Prince." "Prince?" Chun Sansi hid in the darkness, moving closer in the direction the voice came from. He saw on the open ground in front of the central army tent all the barbarian soldiers kneeling en masse. A lavishly dressed young barbarian, covered with gold decorations, strode forward with a jeweled sword at his waist. "Greetings to the 9th Prince." The tribal chief and 1,000 households, with one hand across his chest, knelt on the ground to salute. "Your Highness, why have you come? Your servant has not received any notice." "That does not matter." With his hands behind his back and chin lifted, the 9th Prince said, "I heard that in half a month, you will attack Pyong County. I have come specifically to support you." "To support?" Pain crossed the tribal chief's face. "How can we dare to have your Highness support us when you are so precious and valuable?" "I said I came to support. Do you not understand?" The 9th Prince's face changed as he rebuked sternly. "It's one thing for Liangzhou to stop me, but are you telling me that I can't even use the small Pyong County as a practice ground?" "Of course, your Highness can." The chief spoke carefully. "It's just that your servant is merely a refining organs general, and I fear I may not be able to ensure your complete safety. Please return promptly." "Your Highness!" "Insolence!" The 9th Prince bellowed in anger. "I have been practicing swordsmanship for 3 years and have yet to kill a person from Shang. If I don't practice warfare, wouldn't all my training be in vain? If you, 1,000 households, dare to stop me as well, I will have your head." The tribal chief fell silent, and after a long while he sighed. "Since your Highness insists on staying, your servant dares not object." "That's more like it." The 9th Prince was immediately in high spirits. Clang! He suddenly drew his treasured sword from his waist, its blade shining with golden light in the flicker of the flames, and displayed it before the people. "Do you recognize this Jiangyue sword? This sword was taken from the Emperor of the Central Plains by my Yuan clan 500 years ago. When the Great Khan reached adulthood, he bestowed it upon me. I will use it to slay generals of the Shang and restore the glory of the young warriors of the grasslands. From this moment on, I will take immediate command of the Shi River tribe. I will personally lead the attack on Pyong County. At your command." Watching the gleam of the sword's edge, the tribal chief felt intimidated and dared not speak further, hurriedly escorting the prince into the central army tent to rest. At the same time, he quietly instructed his subordinate. Send a fast horse at full speed, notify the Great Khan immediately, and say that the prince has come to us. Yes. The barbarian took the order and went off. Not far away, Chun Sansi heard everything loud and clear. This prince. He felt a certain familiar air about him, resembling someone he knew, someone not quite bright. And that sword. Even though the light was dim, he saw it clearly. Indeed, it was an unmatched treasured sword. Even Chun Sansi, who practiced with a spear, couldn't help but be tempted. Never mind, a refining organs martial artist is guarding it. I can't get it. The mission is accomplished, and the Shi River tribe indeed has reinforced. He quietly retreated, preparing to leave the place, when suddenly the hum of an alarm resonated in his ears. Hum. Sound of horns, the whirring of arrows, and cries of alarm mingled together. The once tranquil barbarian army camp was suddenly abuzz. Enemy raid. 5 miles outside the main camp, spies from the Shang dynasty spotted. Pursue them, pursue them. Don't let a single one escape. Chapter 86. Seized the enemy general directly through 1,000 troops. With a loud cry breaking the silence of the grassland, numerous torches were suddenly lit inside and outside the barbarian camp, forming a sea of fire that made the area for miles around as bright as day. Chun Sansi was startled. He was puzzled, for he was certain he had gone unnoticed. It was not until he saw the barbarian soldiers converging in another direction, and heard the content of the shout, that he realized it was not he who had been exposed. It was Wang Ji and the others. How could they be discovered from so far away? Chun Sansi dared not linger and took advantage of the chaos to leave the camp. But tracking and hiding was not the same as an invisibility technique. The camp wasn't a lush jungle filled with hiding places everywhere. The barbarians had relaxed their vigilance earlier and the dim light had helped, but as he moved against the flow, eventually someone noticed him. Over there, everyone is chasing the enemy out of the city. What are you doing? Shwoo! Chun Sansi didn't bother with words and shot the man dead with an arrow. There's a man from dashing. Over here. Shwoo! Chun Sansi kept shooting the barbarians that came at him, while blowing a loud whistle. His white swan horse had been waiting for a while, neighing as it charged over. Good horse. He mounted the horse, and in a few seconds, he had left the pursuers far behind. About 3 miles out, Chun Sansi encountered Wang Ji and his group. They were retreating towards the right direction, with dozens of barbarian cavalry in pursuit. How were you discovered? Why didn't you go back? But this way. Chun Sansi shouted from atop his horse. Damn it, no idea. Wang Ji cursed. We didn't even dare to breathe heavily. We definitely weren't exposed. Subin took over. Not long after you left, a squad of barbarian cavalry, as if they knew someone was hiding nearby, blocked our retreat in advance and started a carpet search. Knew in advance? Chun Sansi thought of something. Luo Dongquan. I curse your ancestors. Wang Ji was the first to say. It must be that bastard who leaked information in some way. He had thought, by following Brother Shi, there wouldn't be any mishaps. Unexpectedly, that surnamed Luo dared to pull such a stunt. Does such pettiness really exist in this world? Chun Sansi found it incomprehensible. Initially, he was clearly the oppressed, yet it was made out as if he was stealing something from someone else's home. It was the strong bullying the weak with no logic at all. Da. To their side front, a group of barbarian cavalry on patrol nearby, hearing the noise, rushed over to block the path. Poochie. Chun Sansi took the lead on his horse, stabbing to death the small flag leading them and yelled, Form up! Form up! For half a month, they had been drilling daily. The formation was practiced until it was second nature. 11 warhorses effortlessly formed a circular array, charging into the ranks of the blocking cavalry. The small car suspension array. Rather than like a wheel, it was more like a circular saw. Each horse and rider was a blade on the gear. Among them, Chun Sansi and Wang Ji were the sharpest too. Su Bin and Fang Buping came next, with the rest following. With vigilant protection from all sides, there was no worry of sneak attacks. Moreover, the 12 men shifted and alternated their positions. Those with lower cultivation were mainly acting as rear guards against surprise attacks. Chun Sansi could focus all his attention on the enemies ahead, and with each thrust of his long spear, he claimed the life of an enemy. The group of 20 barbarian cavalry gathered were, not a few rounds later, all slain to the last man. Zhuang Yi, Zhao Qiao, and the others experienced killing for the first time. But seeing Chun Sansi's back, they felt supported, with no panic at all. The small car suspension array was maintained near perfect. Mainstay, with the main general present, all were calm in the face of danger. However, impressive combat skills notwithstanding, the time delayed was enough for the rest of the pursuers to surround them. Whirring, from all around, came darkness like a pressing wave. The number of people was unknown, the number of weapons too. Only a vast, boundless throng was visible. Hold the formation. Don't panic. Chun Sansi utilized the ability of night as bright as day to look for weak links in the encirclement and led the breakout. Unfortunately, this was enemy territory. More so, the heartland of the enemy. Escape was not so easily achieved. Hundreds of barbarian cavalry launched an attack on them. As the car suspension formation revolved and attempted to break through, the reaping speed was ultimately getting slower and slower. The fallen bodies in front were nearly enough to trip the war horses. Go! The enemy generals followed one after another, speeding on horse from 100 yards away. Households, refining organ martial artists. Chun Sansi recognized at a glance. There were hundreds more pursuers behind the tribe leader. Even if Chun Sansi's chi blood were extensive and his small car suspension array combat skill formidable, he couldn't possibly be a match for a refining organ general, let alone the oncoming cavalry. It seems, today is really the day I meet my downfall. Wang Ji beheaded an enemy flag-bearer with a single blow, his voice tinged with madness. My death is insignificant. Brother Shi, you cannot die. Your horse is fast, will tear an opening for you. You might still have a chance to escape. Once you get back, devote yourself to your cultivation and avenge us. Mr. Chun, Brother Shi. You go. Zhuang Yi and Zhao Qiao nearly said in unison. Damn your sentimentality. Nobody needs to die. As Chun Sansi fought, he asked, Fatty Wang, what stage were you at before? What are you asking this for? Confused, Wang Ji replied, whatever my previous prowess was, it's useless now. What I mean is... Chun Sansi thrust his gun but backward, impaling an enemy soldier. That refining organ. How long can you hold him off? After all, you've fallen from a higher realm. You should be much stronger than an average bone forging perfection, right? Naturally, my realm may have fallen, but my saber technique remains. A usual bone forging perfection is nowhere near my match. This barbarian leader is not as good as Xiang Tingchun. I can hold him off for a while. Wang Ji, puzzled. What are you planning to do? Hold them off. Keep the formation intact at all costs. I have a way to get you all home. Before anyone could react, they saw Chun Sansi swiftly turn his horse around and gallop in the opposite direction. That was the barbarian base camp. Have you gone mad? Wang Ji wanted to stop him but was unable to. Stop right there. Upon seeing the white horse general change direction, the barbarian tribe leader quickly understood and immediately spurred his horse to chase after him. To your death. Clang! A loud metallic clashing noise erupted, shooting sparks into the darkness. Under the terrifying strength of the refining organ martial artist, Wang Ji, along with his horse, were forced to lean back, his arms trembling endlessly, but at least he blocked his opponent. You barbarian scum. Where do you think you're going? A mere bone forger dares to stop me? You're seeking death. Stop him. Stop him. Chun Sansi broke through in the opposite direction and, thanks to the divine speed of the white swan horse, After killing 2 blood-refining officers, nobody could catch up to him. As he approached the enemy base camp, he did not force his way through the well-defended main gate but headed to the weakest spot in the west. The white swan horse leapt over the 2-meter-tall stake fence, bursting into the camp filled with tents. Not long ago, he had figured out the layout of the camp. This position was manned by infantry. Infantry meant they couldn't catch up with or stop him. The cavalry were on their way. It would take about a minute. Once surrounded, Chun Sansi would surely die. But within 1 minute, reaching the destination before the encirclement was complete was a chance for survival. Charge! Chun Sansi killed 7 or 8 infantrymen in succession, breaking into the central army tent in just over 50 seconds. Most of the soldiers along the way only saw a white shadow flash by, stirring up a cold gust of wind, having no idea what had just happened. Who? Inside the tent. The barbarian prince had just drawn his sword upon hearing the commotion when he saw a white war horse, knocking aside the soldiers guarding the tent and breaking in. Clang! He drew his sword and stood up. Who goes there? Protect His Highness. The bone forger, who was left by the tribal leader to provide close protection to the prince, immediately seized the weapon in his hand. Bang! But before he could react, arrows shot out fiercely. The bone forger had no time to dodge and thought to block with his arm, but was undoubtedly shot through the heart and died on the spot, with no chance even to exchange blows. To this prince's death, the barbarian prince was no pushover. He quickly reacted to the sudden situation, took a big step forward seizing the opening, and his Genuous sword, glittering with cold light, slashed towards the dashing military officer on horseback. Reed leaf long spear and Genuous sword made contact, emitting a clear ringing sound. The prince took several steps back, his treasure sword trembling and buzzing in his hand, nearly slipping from his grasp under the terrible force. What a mighty sword! The opponent was probably a small achievement in bone training, not as strong as Chun Sansi, but this strike actually notched his reed leaf gun blade. Protect His Highness! At the same time, the central army tent was completely surrounded. Countless archers and crossbowmen, 3 layers inside and 3 outside, but due to the close distance between the 2 men inside, they dared not shoot. A bone-forging perfection general staying behind with a long-handled broadsword rushed in, thinking to ambush from behind. He had just approached within 7 steps when a silver flash appeared before his eyes. His body hair stood on end, and he instinctively swung his sword to chop it down, barely managing to split the silver flash before it could bite his cheek. Such a swift spear! After just one exchange, the barbarian officer was drenched in cold sweat. He braced himself, ready for the next move. But the other side didn't bother with him. The target was still the prince. Clang, 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 clang. Chun Sansi's long spear in his hand rained down like a torrential downpour on his opponent, the sound of striking metal akin to forging iron. He could hear more and more people entering the tent, closing in from behind, their killing intent vast like an ocean, overwhelming. The blood of the dragon elephant surged wildly within him, his long spear transforming into a silver phantom, the blood vessels and meridians in his arm resembling an overloaded machine, so hot they seemed ready to ignite at any moment. The prince could no longer withstand such a fierce assault, his right hand's palm bleeding profusely, his entire arm nearly numb, unable to hold the sword hilt, allowing the Genuous sword to be flipped into the air. At the same time, the reed leaf long spear tore through the flesh, chipping bone, piercing right through his shoulder. The Genuous sword in the air was firmly caught by another hand. Chun Sansi reached the prince from behind an instant before the barbarian officers could launch their attack, placing the sharp blade of the Genuous sword against the prince's neck, a thread of fresh blood trickling out. His eyes, red with fury, looked at the dense barbarian soldiers. All of you, back off. Chapter 87. Returning home wrapped in horsehide. ZZZZT. The barbarian 1,000 households found an opportunity, slashing his blade across the corpulent body of the Shang dynasty military officer. The blade tore through the armor, skinned the flesh, sliced through muscle, and finally was halted by the tough bones. leaving a deep gash. The opponent found the right moment and also swung his blade. The saber technique was so flexible that even though he was a refining organ martial artist, he barely dodged it, leaving a shallow cut on his face. Get lost! The barbarian Thousand Households swung his blade again, forcing the opponent back before he grabbed the reins and rode off, not willing to linger in battle. This chubby 100 Households was rather formidable. Having achieved bone forging perfection and being able to exchange so many moves with his refining organ skill, his saber technique was masterful, not at all like someone from the bone training realm. Killing him would likely take much effort. He was out of time. The young officer on the white horse charged toward the main camp. Although it was uncertain how someone just at the bone training level could be so audacious, likely to be surrounded and killed, it was still essential to hurry back. The prince was the great Khan's most beloved youngest son. If something truly went wrong, all the heads of the Shi River tribe wouldn't be enough to make amends. Hum! Just as he turned, the sound of a slashing blade echoed again. Do you so wish to die? The barbarian Thousand Households, thunderously furious, blocked the attack with his blade, then quickly turned it into a slash, ripping another gash on his opponent's body. His left fist, like a siege giant hammer, smashed thunderously into the chest. Wang Ji flew backward and fell off his horse, causing the frightened horse to flee. Cough, cough. He spat out a mouthful of blood, seemingly oblivious to the pain as he immediately scrambled up, hurling his MO blade, severing the hooves of the Thousand Households horse that was attempting to return to the camp. Hiss! The horse screamed in agony. The barbarian Thousand Households stepped on the horse's back and leapt off, landing smoothly. His irritation unabated, he knew he had to kill this man. At the main camp, there were at least others who had achieved bone forging perfection and 2,000 left to guard it. Dealing with a young 100 households shouldn't be a problem. Even if one-on-one combat didn't work, they could surround and kill him within a short time. Prior to this, he might have been overly concerned. I'm really done for. Wang Ji wiped the blood from his mouth with the back of his hand, picked up a curved saber from the ground, and chopped down a barbarian cavalry trying to sneak attack from behind. He then faced a refining organ general with a welding blade, estimating he could last about 10 more rounds before likely dying. On the other side, the small car suspension array had lost its 2 sharpest blades, reducing its combat effectiveness significantly. Out of 10 men, only 6 remained. Zhuang Yi had already been struck by 3 blades. Though no vital points had been hit, he was near exhaustion. Fang Buping and Zhao Qiao were also severely wounded. Su Bin and Zhu Tong were fine for the moment but were depleting rapidly and would soon be easy prey. Uncle Zhao, dying this way is worth it. Zhuang Yi strained to keep the formation intact. It's better than being bullied to death. It's just a pity for sure. Zhao Qiao, the weakest in cultivation, had survived this long only because of being looked after. Amid the battlefield of flashing blades, they didn't even have time for last words. Essentially, they were in a no-win situation. At that very moment, a voice full of deadly energy shouted, "Everyone, stop!" From the distant rear, a white horse slowly advanced. On its back, Chun Sansi held a spear in one hand and a sword in the other, with a half-dead 9th Prince Yu when clutched in his arms. The dense barbarian cavalry automatically parted to open a path for him, none daring to make a reckless move. You! The pupils of the barbarian Thousand Households trembled continuously, as if doubting what he was seeing. Several bone forgers had stayed in the military camp. Are they all useless? It's not that he had been negligent. It was just a bone forger. How could it be possible? Everyone, stop! The barbarian Thousand Households had to yell, "Everyone, stop!" The chaotic battlefield suddenly fell silent. Who is this person? Wang Ji leaned on his single-bladed saber, somewhat unclear about the situation. Had Chun Sansi rushed back to the main camp just to capture this person? Your Highness! Hearing the barbarian's address for the hostage. Where did Wang Ji not understand? This seems like a prince. That's really bizarre. Shi River tribe on par with Piyang. also belonged to a barbarian's godforsaken place. How could there be a prince? Well done. We've caught the great Khan's bastard. Zhu Tong laughed heartily. Everyone except him felt not the slightest bit of tension from start to finish, merely wielding his hammer, and while fighting, he even faintly touched the threshold of a breakthrough. As for dying, by the time he realized he might die, Chun Sansi had already returned with the prince to rescue them. For him, everything was very peaceful. What a big heart! Subin envied, still feeling anxious. Just one step away. These people were about to die under the chaotic blades. Let us go, Chun Sansi said sternly. They were merely a squad formed by 200 households called Night Watch. Compared to the life of a prince, they were too worthless. Save me! Save me! Ninth Prince Yuan, his face pale and trembling, said, 1,000 households, save me! All right, you can go. The barbarian 1,000 households restrained himself, but the rest must stay. Don't negotiate with me. Chun Sansi glanced. There are 7 of us, not one less. If anyone is missing, I'll chop off his finger first. Don't chop off my fingers. I still need to practice my sword. The prince's eyes brimmed with tears, regretting his demand to go to war. Why are all those in dashing such fierce figures? The military officers around his age were able to penetrate the enemy camp and capture the main general. It was simply terrifying. That Sun Xiangzong, he must be some kind of 3-headed and 6-armed monster. Why aren't you giving the orders yet? Chun Sansi tightened his grip on the sword's edge. Ah! The prince screamed in fright. That 1,000 households, I don't know what you're called. Just listen to him. Let them go. If I am missing a finger, my father will slaughter your Shi River tribe. All retreat. The barbarian 1,000 households issued an order. Chun Sansi and several others gathered. Bring the bodies of our fallen brothers. From his decision to his aim of capturing the prince alive, it only took a few minutes back and forth. A few minutes. For men had died in the process. Among them were his subordinates Li Daji and Xia Erniu. In the battlefield, sacrifices are inevitable. There's nothing to be sentimental about. If there was no opportunity, then be it, but since there was one, it was best to bring the bodies back. Okay. Zhu Tong and Fang Buping immediately did as told, bringing 2 horses to carry the bodies. You still have the leisure to move bodies? The barbarian 1,000 households clenched his fists till they turned white. Back off. The 9th prince himself gave the order without Chun Sansi's instruction. Everyone, do not follow. Back off 2 miles. 2 miles. Damn. Chun Sansi cursed in his heart, suspecting that this coward would probably help shout to open the gates if he were brought to the Yuan family's great capital. Of course, having such an opponent spared him a lot of worries. Back off. The barbarian 1,000 households commanded. Chun Sansi and his 6 men rode their horses back the way they came. The journey of 400 miles could not be traversed at full speed like before. From midnight to dawn, and from dawn to night, they missed the appointed rendezvous time with Night Watch. Boyang. The Great Wall. My lord. Night Watch has returned. Oh. Zhao Kong ascended the watchtower and spent a significant amount of time verifying identities before allowing the others to come under the wall for further inspection. He sharply noticed something amiss. Why are there fewer people? Aren't 100 households Chun and 100 households Wang back? Not sure. In the darkness, one could not see Luo Dongchuan's expression. The appointed midnight rendezvous passed without a sign of them. We can't just keep waiting, right? Zhao Kong. Swiftly open the gates. We have urgent intelligence to report to the Lord 1,000 households. Got it. Zhao Kong ordered. Open the city gates. Wang Long. The heavy city gates opened. More than 20 riders returned to the territory, heading straight towards the military camp. Only Lu Jinkue stayed behind, calling out to the city walls. 100 households Zhao. Keep a sharp lookout. Perhaps old Wang and old Chun will return shortly. Okay. Rest assured. Zhao Kong agreed outwardly but sighed inwardly. The matter of the rendezvous, unless there was a major mishap, wouldn't usually be delayed. and this mishap implied they were discovered by barbarian cavalry. The chances of their return were very slim. "Uncle!" Song Yen rode close to Deputy Thousand Households, whispering, "Did something happen to Mr. Chan and the others?" "How would I know?" Luo Dongquan scoffed coldly. "A mishap isn't so bad. It's just right for you to take over the position at selected point." "Uncle, I'm not capable." Song Yen lacked any fighting spirit. "I'm far behind Mr. Chun. He has mastered the bone-strengthening skill, while I have just barely achieved minor success in blood refining." "Minor success in blood refining in 4 months? Is that slow?" Luo Dongquan spoke resentfully. "You're not worse than most people. It's just that you encountered a freak. After he dies, your joining the 8 camps is certain. The less naturally gifted someone is, the more they need to struggle. Take his nephew, for example. If he remained in Piyang County, his highest achievement might be refining internal. But if he went to the governor mansion, even as an outer sect disciple, he could achieve Hua Jin at the very least, perhaps even higher. How could he not struggle? As for what Xiang Tingchun said, he believed it only halfway. Something about His Majesty targeting the governor mansion. Was it even significant? Even if not for the selected point, it was necessary for thorough eradication. In dealing with issues, one must be resolute. "Yenner, do you think I'm going overboard? Do you feel it's entirely unnecessary to escalate to a life-or-death conflict?" Luo Dongquan gave a bitter smile. "Let me tell you a story. Many years ago, when Elder Yen was still young and going to the capital for an exam, he accidentally bumped into a then-current 3rd-rank official. That official didn't do much to him, just scolded Elder Yen as a country bumpkin. 15 years later, when Elder Yen came into power, he found an excuse to involve the official in a major case. Not only was his family exiled and their property confiscated, but his daughters were also deliberately sold to the cheapest brothels. Perhaps Chun Sansi might forget the past unpleasantness, or perhaps not. But I cannot gamble. I cannot leave it to fate. Do you understand now?" Song Yen seemed thoughtful. "I understand." Luo Dongquan nodded, satisfied. Months ago, from when he tried to deceive Chun Sansi into giving up the selected point position, they were enemies, and even if there was just a 1 in 10,000 chance of retaliation, it needed to be nipped in the bud. That was much better than having one day to hear that someone from the 8 camps had become a great general and spending days in fear. Luckily, it all ended. Piyang will soon see a large army's assault. You must perform well then, Luo Dongquan instructed. Military cantonment, residence. In the cold, dark courtyard, hung 2 lanterns, and a basin of charcoal fire blazed. Gu Xinlan and the pregnant Mrs. Tong sat around the charcoal fire, quietly waiting for news. Sun Li was practicing saber techniques in the courtyard. How come there's been no news for several days? Before, no matter what he did, he would at least leave some dependable information. Mrs. Tong spoke nervously. "My man hasn't actually fought in any battles, but he should be okay following your brother Sure, right?" "Yes." Gu Xinlan's delicate fingers tightly clutched together. "Definitely. There won't be any issues. Night watch operations were confidential, naturally not informing family members." Sun Li knew, but she couldn't say. She just reassured, "Don't worry. My junior brother's level in Piyang's domain. There aren't many who could harm him." Bang! The words had just ended. The courtyard gate was kicked open. Sun Buki came in, flustered. "Sis, something's wrong. I was guarding inside the military camp and saw with my own eyes. The other 2 teams returned from outside the city, but Chun Sansi was nowhere to be seen." Chapter 88 Emperor Longqing. "What?" Sun Li sheathed her sword. "They haven't returned?" "Right." Sun Buki nodded heavily. "I asked that Lu household's commander, and he said they waited at the rendezvous for the time it takes half an incense stick to burn. But then they returned ahead of time." Sister Tong. Listening to the conversation, Tong family collapsed on the spot in the yard, nearly fainting away. Gu Xinlan supported her, asking, "Li, has something happened?" Don't panic just yet. Sun Li soothed. They might have lost their way or something delayed them. If we wait a little longer, they might return. Lost their way. Gu Xinlan seized on the key point. Did Brother Shi and the others leave the Great Wall? How could she not understand her man? Roaming around Tiger Head Mountain day and night, how could they possibly lose their way? If they were said to be lost, it could only be on the unfamiliar grasslands. Sun Li acknowledged. Let's wait some more. The atmosphere of the residence suddenly seemed to freeze over. Until dawn, there was not the slightest noise. Toward the latter part of the night, even Su Wenkai led Wang Li and the others to inquire about the situation. With women at home, it wasn't convenient to approach, so they just stood far outside the gate. Could Mr. Chun have met with some mishap? Wang Li's face was grave as he touched the sword at his waist. Old Su, say something. Both Vice Thousand Households Luo and Households Commander Lu have returned. But the only one who hasn't is the Lord. Su Wenkai paced back and forth. Don't panic. Don't panic. The Lord has good fortune. Nothing will happen to him. Though that was said, an entire night passed. Until the sky began to brighten, the encampment remained ominously quiet. I've always known. Tang Ruishan is useless. Sun Buki cursed aloud. He caused the death of third brother back then, and now he can't even protect Sansi. That Shi River tribe only has one refining organ martial artist. Shi River. Gu Xinlan's heart went cold. The people of Piyang County knew all too well. The barbarians who came years ago to slaughter their villages were from the Shi River tribe. Were they sent to the enemy's main camp? And have yet to return? Could it be? Sun Buki anxiously said, Sister, what do we do? Shall we borrow some troops and go look for them? Nonsense. Sun Li scolded. Can you resist 1,000 troops and 10,000 horses? Wait longer, and if they don't return today. She paused. Then I can only say, we were fated to meet this junior brother but not destined to keep him. The words were cruel, but such was the reality. Soldiers, who amongst them doesn't die? Let alone Chinsansi. Even in the 8 camps of the past, there were countless talented individuals who died before they could grow up. Sigh! Sun Buki stamped his foot. But that was the fact he had to accept. Woo! Tong family wept bitterly. Always insisting on going to war, always ranting about earning merits at home, without considering if he possesses the ability. The child isn't even born yet. Gu Xinlan's eyes reddened, but she did not cry or make a fuss. She simply returned to the room to fetch her needlework and sat on a stone stool, meticulously sewing stitch by stitch. The east began to light up softly. In people's hearts, hope was extinguished. Let's go. Finally, Sun Li couldn't bear it. Buki, you come with me out of the city to look for him. Okay. Sun Buki had been restless. The siblings left the residence, preparing to fetch their horses. Buzz! It was at that moment. A deafening horn sounded, and rolling black smoke rose up, darkening the sky. Raise 3 beacon fires, indicate with 2 on the watchtower, burn 3 stacks of firewood. It signals an attack by an enemy army of more than 2,000. Sun Buki recognized the signal. The Great Wall. Zhao Kong, responsible for the watch, had stayed awake all night. Yet the other night patrol team still hadn't returned. All dead. He shook his head slightly, murmuring to himself. What's the use of talent, said to have so much potential, but died before even leaving Piyang County, with Fatty Wong also gone. This will please many lords back in the city. Zhao Kong went back inside the tower, leaned against the wall, and prepared to rest for a bit. Just as he closed his eyes, the lookout on the tower shouted loudly. Enemy attack! A large army is invading! A large army is invading! What large army? Zhao Kong immediately became wide awake, scrambling up the lookout platform using the rope ladder. He saw, 10 miles out on the vast and boundless land, a dense mass of iron cavalry emerging, numbering at least 2,000. The Shi River tribe indeed had 2,000 people, but they weren't all cavalry. Had they really reinforced their numbers? Zhao Kong was even more baffled. Who wages war like this? To conquer a city is not the work of a day. Even if the Shi River tribe intended to attack Pyong, they should have chosen a place to set up camp first, then slowly strategize. Who rides straight toward us on horses? Isn't that akin to courting death? Wait a minute. They're chasing someone. Zhao Kong squinted hard, trying to make his vision clearer. He spotted 8 riders ahead of the barbarian horde. The barbarian cavalry were chasing these 8 riders, and they seemed wary of getting too close, only following from a distance as if they were fearful of something. Charge! The households ordered a full army assault. The cavalry arrived at the Great Wall first. Xiang Tingchun led the charge onto the city wall, rushing up like the wind, followed closely by Luo Dongquan. Then came Sun Buqi and Sun Li, and finally Wang Li, Wu De, and others also arrived on their warhorses. What's happening? Xiang Tingchun climbed up to the lookout tower. It was all too sudden. He had heard about the Shi River tribe's reinforcements through Luo Dongquan. But it was too soon. They absolutely couldn't have launched an attack right away. Sir, it's Household's Commander Chun and the others. Zhao Kong finally made out the 8 riders ahead. The junior brother? Sun Li and others also followed up to the lookout tower. Among the leading 8 riders, one white horse was particularly conspicuous. If not Chen Sansi seated on the horse, who else could it be? In front of him, he also held hostage a barbarian-dressed noble youth. A hostage? How could everyone not understand even this much? Clearly, Chen Sansi and his group had been surrounded by barbarians, but had captured a hostage, threatening the enemy with it to obtain a chance at survival. How precious must the hostage be to make 2,000 barbarian cavalry hesitate to act recklessly? How could such a precious person appear in the Shi River tribe? How could this? Luo Dongquan subconsciously leaned forward, his arms resting on the crenellation, stretching his neck to look ahead. Fall back. After several days and nights of continuous exertion, everyone was already exhausted. Even Chen Sansi's eyes were bloodshot. His voice hoarse, fall back 5 miles. This young brother. The barbarian 1,000 households rode his horse at a distance, following them. You have reached the border. Isn't it time to return His Highness to us? Cut the crap. We'll talk after we enter the city. Chen Sansi indicated for the prince to speak. The prince understood and complied. Do as he says, fall back 5 miles. Give them enough safe distance to enter the city. Under the watch of 1,000 pairs of eyes. The barbarian cavalry kept retreating and didn't dare to step forward. Chen Sansi led the people, prudently arriving at the city walls. Little junior brother. Sun Li called out to the wall below. What happened? How did you attract so many cavalrymen? Chen Sansi answered. We were surrounded by Shi River tribal cavalry during our reconnaissance. Fortunately, we had him, which is why we were able to escape by sheer luck, actually confronted by cavalry. In such a situation, yet they were still alive. Truly a rare feat in a decade. Not only that, the people also saw 2 separate horses carrying bodies. They even brought back the bodies of their dead comrades. A remarkable feat. Xiang Tingchun hurriedly inquired, who is this person? Probably a prince, I suppose. Chen Sansi commanded. Introduce yourself to everyone. All right. All of you listen. The prince said, I am the 9th prince from the Yuan clan. If you dare to kill me, my father, the Great Khan, will certainly bloodwash Pyong County. Prince. The 9th prince. Sun Buqi muttered. I have heard that the Great Khan of the Yuan clan has 10 sons, but adores only the 9th prince, said to be grooming him as the next Great Khan. He should be staying in the great capital. How did he end up in the Shi River tribe and get captured alive by Sansi? Capturing a prince alive. Xiang Tingchun's expression became excited. A remarkable feat. Who would have thought? Sending out a few night patrol teams could actually bring back a Yuan clan future Great Khan alive. What a tremendous feat it was. subordinates achieving great success. The superiors would also bask in the glory. Good, good, good. Xiang Tingchun repeated the word, good 3 times. Open the city gate. Quick. Quickly bring Chun household commander and his men inside. Over 100 cavalry rode out to meet them. The moment they returned to their own territory, 5 out of 6 men had fallen. Only Chen Sansi was still able to hold on. He casually threw the prince off the horse and was immediately restrained by the officials. Luo Dongquan, I want your damn life. Clang! Wang Ji, having caught his breath, got up from the ground, drew a long knife from the waist of a soldier beside him, and charged straight at Luo Dongquan. But with bones merely trained and already heavily injured, he was no match for his opponent. Luo Dongquan blocked the attack with his sword effortlessly, repelling Wang Ji, and exclaimed, Have you gone mad? Household's Commander Xiang. Wang Ji screamed hoarsely. We were surrounded by barbarian cavalry out of nowhere on the grassland. I suspect someone intentionally startled the barbarians to put us in a death trap. That person is Luo Dongquan. Slanderous accusations. Why would I scheme against my own people? Luo Dongquan angrily responded. Your own carelessness exposed you. What does that have to do with me? 30 pairs of eyes saw for themselves. I wasn't even heading in the same direction as you. You defame me. But where is your evidence? Lu Jinkue, Xiang Tingchun demanded. Tell the truth, speak. Luo Qianhu speaks the truth. Lu Jinkue reported honestly. He was at the very northwest. I was in between him and Chun household commander at a great distance. Xiang Tingchun nodded. Wang Ji, this must be a misunderstanding. Leaking secrets and plotting against comrades is a capital offense. Besides, didn't you all return alive, safe and sound, and even achieved a remarkable feat? Wang Ji was at a loss for words. Indeed, it was just a suspicion. There was no concrete evidence. Returned alive? Chun Sansi sneered inwardly. He returned alive, but what about Li Daji, Xia Erniu, and the others? Evidence. If it's so hard to find, then just forget about it. Is refining internal that far-fetched? Xiang Tingchun also obviously didn't want to blow things out of proportion, because Luo Dongquan was a confidant among his trusted men. If procedural justice isn't possible, then it has to be outcome justice. Chun Sansi maintained a placid demeanor but simply stated, Please, Lord Thousand Households, provide compensation for the families of the fallen brothers. Not just that. Xiang Tingchun was exceedingly pleased. After this matter is reported to the court, it will surely shock both the government and the people. Each and every one of you on this mission will be rewarded. Listen up, soldiers of Dashing. Outside the city walls, there came a lone messenger on horseback to the foot of the wall, loudly proclaiming, If you do not hand over His Highness, we will definitely massacre Pyong. Then you are welcome to try. Xiang Tingchun stated deliberately and slowly, I will be right here waiting for you to attack. Good. You just wait. The barbarian cavalry gradually retreated and disappeared beyond the line of sight. Laying siege was not something one could simply do at a moment's notice. It required extensive preparation. Today, a challenge was issued. 7 days later, a war report from a remote small county on the frontier was delivered by the Ministry of War to the cabinet, then transferred to the ritual supervision, and finally presented in the Longevity Palace by the Chamberlain of the Ritual Supervision himself. On the 2nd day of the 11th month, 6th rank Captain Chun Sansi from Pyong County led a 10-member night patrol team deep into enemy territory. Amidst a siege of 2,000 cavalry, they captured 9th Prince Yuan alive and returned in one piece. Interesting, came a voice from behind the curtain, flat and emotionless. Pity he was born in the wrong place. Never mind, I have 3 treasures, and one of them is mercy. Give this young captain a chance. Chapter 89, Breaking Through Skin Training. The day after returning to the city, Chun Sansi's capture of the prince spread throughout Pyong. His reputation almost entirely overshadowed Xiang Tingchun. Another 200 people came to Payang County to join the army. Xiang Tingchun accepted all comers and reported to the commanding department, requesting a temporary expansion of the military garrison. Since the battle was nearing, the higher-ups would certainly not refuse. Apart from that, Xiang Tingchun also requested the deployment of additional troops to strengthen Payang's defenses. The Great War was coming. The situation Chun Sansi's party investigated indicated that the Shi River tribe conservatively increased its forces to 5,000 men. It's uncertain. It really might have something to do with the immortal treasure. Next, there might be members of the Witch God Church infiltrating Payang. There was no chance of escape. He had no choice from the beginning. If he had joined the martial arts hall, chances are he would still be fawning over Brother Liang at the Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy, without even an entry-level bone-strengthening skill. Joining the military, he got the technique, but it required risking his life. With any choice, there were corresponding prices to pay. All Chun Sansi could do was to continue growing stronger. This trip to the grasslands, the gains were not small either. Cultivation technique. Undying golden snake spear. Advanced proficiency. Progress. 885/1000. Fighting for life and death. The blood courses fiercely. The spiritual grain he consumed before leaving was almost completely digested, and the proficiency of his technique increased dramatically, the speed incredibly fast. In a few days, he would be able to break through to skin training. But there was no need to announce it to the world. It was better to quietly make the breakthrough. Previously, it was to show off his talent. That's more than enough. Next, he would have to deal with refining organ martial artists like Dan Yuanji and Luo Dongquan, so there was no need to make them wary. The most crucial thing was, before refining organs, there was no way to get promoted. Why bother with the unnecessary? Tracking and evading, small achievement. Progress, 705/1000. Skill, commanding soldiers, entry-level. Progress, 233/500. Utility, mainstay. Skill, horse control, proficient. Progress, 109/500. Speaking of which, his survival this time, Little Soon deserves at least half the credit. Without the White Swan horse's exceptional speed, Chun Sansi wouldn't have been able to capture the 9th prince in such a short time. Aside from the increases in various proficiency levels, the greatest gain should be this sword. Clang! Chun Sansi drew the sword blade, startling Sister Lan in his arms. The two of them had been through life and death together. After reuniting, they cherished each other deeply all night long. This sword, its scabbard was mainly made of ebony wood, additionally adorned with gold vines on the surface, and a red gem was embedded in the middle, sparkling under candlelight. The sword was 3 feet and 6 inches long, in line with the 360 circulations, and 1 inch and 8 points wide, matching half the number of Heaven's Pride. Flawless throughout, the cold gleam was striking, the edge sharp, with a weight that felt just right. Zhenyue's sword. Chun Sansi had read about it in books. Before the grandeur of Dashing, there was a unifying dynasty called De Yin. This Zhenyue sword was created by the emperor who revitalized De Yin, who would have imagined it would fall into the hands of the Yuan family 100 years later. After the fall of the Great Yin Kingdom, the Central Plains region entered a state of fragmented rule lasting over 100 years. The alien races began assimilating into the Central Plains, reading the books of the Central Plains people, wearing their clothes, speaking their language. Latter chased back to the grassland by Grand Ancestor Chao Xie of Shang. The assimilation of the barbarians into Central Plains reversed quite a bit over 300 years, but the language remained the same. What a fine sword! Chun Sansi couldn't put it down. This sword had nearly ruined his reed leaf gun, which he had sent to the forge for repairs. After returning to Payang, no one mentioned the sword to him, so it naturally became his. After advancing to skin training, he'll make time to practice the sword too. As for the 9th prince, it seemed he was escorted to the prefecture city overnight before being sent off to the capital city. With his royal status, they were not qualified to decide his fate. This counts as a great achievement. I wonder if the old emperor will give me anything nice. Chun Sansi pondered to himself. But with wars prevalent and the distance from the northern territory to the capital city, who knows how long the round trip would take. What's most important at the moment is to enhance his strength. The following day, Chun Sansi went to the military camp. Zhu Tong, Su Bin, and others were there and unharmed. That they could survive as six, the car suspension formation combined with commanding soldier skill, bringing calm in crisis, was indispensable. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to hold on for minutes. They would have been crushed instantly. Wang Li, you should know people like Li Daji. Chun Sansi took out 20 taels of silver. Find a time to take the silver to their families, and check if the funeral compensation and supplements promised by the 1,000 households have been given fully. Let me know if there's an issue. Even though they were only military soldiers, they were human lives after all. He wouldn't treat casualties as mere numbers like Xiang Tingchun. He would help within his capacity. He didn't trust the officials to handle matters properly either. God knows whether the promised compensation will actually be given without skimming off the top. Zhu Tong, there's no doubt that the healing garrison will pay. I will cover all the resources needed for your subsequent cultivation and the realm of blood refining. Drink blood replenishing soup and replenishing essence soup as you wish. Chun Sansi said generously. Xiang Tingchun couldn't afford to reward them with good things. But blood replenishing soup and replenishing essence soup had to be rewarded, nonetheless. Otherwise, who would be willing to follow him? Thank you, my lord. Zhu Tong and the others clasped their fists in gratitude. For these poor fellows, what they lacked most was supplemental medicine. Otherwise, their cultivation pace would be much faster than now. Fatty Wang, how are your injuries? Chun Sansi inquired. Well, having attained bone forging perfection, a couple of cuts won't kill me, said Wang Ji, who viewed those who died as if they were disciples he personally taught. It's just infuriating that Luo Dongquan couldn't be killed. Do you know what realm he's in? He just got promoted to Deputy 1,000 Households. Isn't he just at the entry level of refining internal organs? Chun Sansi was somewhat surprised. Not just that. Absolutely more than that. Wang Ji took him to a secluded spot and spoke in a lower voice. Though I have regressed, I couldn't be clearer about the strength one should have at each realm. Besides, having spent over a decade in Pyong, I even know which cultivation technique he practices. He's definitely not simply at the entry level of refining internal organs. At the very least, he's mastered the refining organ skill. He's hiding his true cultivation level. Chun Sansi nodded, committing it to memory. He had just begun to think about concealing his own cultivation level. He hadn't expected Luo Dongquan to be doing the same. His own preparations to conceal his cultivation level were meant to face refining organ martial artists. But for whom was Luo doing it? Don't worry about it, Wang Ji said. Once you're back, with Bu Qi and his brother there, Luo Dongquan wouldn't dare act against you. Just focus on your training, and it won't take long for you to catch up to him. And what about Dan Yuanji? Chun Sansi followed up. Does he also have a concealed cultivation level? He does not, Wang Ji replied. During the last visit to Ji Mansion, when you were training in martial arts, I probed him under the pretense of being drunk. He is indeed in the initial stage of refining internal organs, but his foundations are solid, not bad at all. Chun Sansi understood. Cultivation levels. In most cases, it's easier to overestimate than to see through an underestimated one. Only in Fatty Wang's case was it somewhat peculiar. After a brief chat, Chun Sansi, who hadn't rested throughout the day, immediately dived back into his training, aiming to break through the final barrier of skin training in one go. At the family estate, Xiang Tingchun was practicing with his sword in the courtyard. Luo Dongquan, led by a maid, came in. Lord 1,000 Households, did you have any instructions for me? Xiang Tingchun didn't speak and continued practicing with his sword, leaving him standing there. Not until 2 hours later did he finally put away his sword and stop. He took the hot towel handed over by the maid to wipe off his sweat. still in no hurry to speak. He then sat leisurely on the rattan chair and began sipping tea. Luo Dongquan thus stood in silence, not uttering a word, like a wooden stake. Go on, old Luo. Xiang Tingchun set down his teacup. Why must you do that? This lowly official doesn't know. Luo Dongquan kept his head lowered. Leaking comrades' whereabouts. What's the difference between that and conspiring with the enemy to betray the country? Xiang Tingchun stood up and approached the other man, suppressing his anger. You just had to. You're so eager to see Chun Sansi die. Not even willing to give me face? My lord, I did it for self-preservation. Luo Dongquan stopped pretending. In the future, with his power and influence in the Northern Territory, it would only take a word from him to not only threaten my life but also end my career and the future prospects of my entire Luo family. Slap! Xiang Tingchuan's hand struck like an iron fan, fiercely slapped across his face, producing a crisp sound. Luo Dongquan, don't forget who it was that took pity on you back in the day, brought you into the barracks and taught you martial arts personally. And who was it that transferred resources to you so that you could have the cultivation you have today? This lowly official dares not forget. A purple-red handprint appeared on Luo Dongchuan's face, and he didn't dare to resist. Lord Thousand Household's favor. This official will surely repay with my life. It's fortunate that there's no evidence. This matter, I will help you suppress it. Xiang Tingchun exhaled turbid breath. But if there is ever a next time, you're on your own. Get out. Luo Dongquan bowed respectfully, retreated a few steps, and then turned to leave. After stepping out of the gate, he spat a mouthful of bloody saliva toward the front door, expressionless. Walla lala. Inside the cave, Chun Sansi poured the condensed dew body forging soup into a wooden tub. In recent days, he hadn't gone to the Ji mansion at all. Instead, he ordered their people to deliver the prepared medicinal soup to his home. Today was the last portion. Once used up, it should be just right for him to break through, and there would be no more condensed dew body forging soup. First, he exercised his skin in the iron sand. After his entire body was bloodied, he would jump into the medicine bath. The icy medicinal liquid seeped into his body, constantly repairing wounds and nourishing his physique. After soaking for a while, Chun Sansi got out, picked up the repaired reed leaf spear and began to practice. The cultivation technique was displayed. The medicinal force of the medicine bath, previously absorbed through the wounds into the flesh, was now completely assimilated and then oozed out through the pores, hanging on his body like droplets of transparent dew. Thus the name condensed dew body forging soup. Various supplemental medicines, beast meat, and, most crucially, spiritual grain. Chun Sansi reached the threshold of a breakthrough once again. He could feel it. Qi blood no longer affected only the meridians and bones. When using Qi blood to strengthen his spear technique, his skin was strengthened along with it, as if his whole body from head to toe gained a thick armor of skin. Bang! A single thrust of his spear carved a huge hole in the wall of the cave. Chun Sansi's overall qualities rose once more. His skin became thicker and more resilient, far surpassing cowhide, and much stronger than that of Shen skin. Cultivation technique. Undying golden snake spear small achievement. Progress. 0/2000. Utility. Blood of the dragon elephant. 9 dragon living veins. Innate Vajra. Skin as tough as bone. Skin as tough as bone. When Qi blood is abundant, the skin becomes extremely tough, its defensive power akin to an external layer of abnormal bone, difficult to pierce with sword or blade. Bang, bang, bang. Chun Sansi clenched his fists and slammed them against the wall, punching multiple holes into it. He didn't feel the slightest pain, as his skin's level of defense turned into an invulnerable bone armor, and not just any ordinary bones. These were abnormal bones that could only be cultivated with a superior cultivation technique.
Chapter 90 Mutual Destruction.
Chun Sansi drew his treasure sword and lightly brushed it across his arm. A sting followed, leaving behind a white mark, but no substantial harm was done. This was still the Jinyue sword. If it were a regular blade, it would be even harder to break through the defense. It's not always this hard. It needs to be engorged with blood to work. Chen Sansi kept trying. In a normal state, his skin was tougher than an average person's, but not inhuman. Once I achieve great success, it will be a Vajra body. Out of medicine. Chen Sansi sighed. The tiger blood wine, sent by the Ministry of War as a reward, had already been rewarded to him twice by Xiang Tingchun, but it was meant specifically for those with bone training great success. The medical books stated that drinking it prematurely was not only useless but harmful, so it was not yet needed. Let's borrow some from the martial arts hall. 100-year-old black ginseng. In Piyang County, it was generally harvested and kept at home as a treasured possession. By the time Chen Sansi descended the mountain, it was already night. He headed straight to the Liang family's large estate outside the Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy. Starting here first. If there was nothing to find, he would then go to the Yunhepan family and the Zhao family. Though the Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy's pharmacy didn't do much business, it didn't mean they didn't have treasures stored at home. Bypassing 2 household slaves and disciples on night patrol, Chen Sansi lightly leaped onto the rooftops, hopping back and forth over the tile and rubble, making no sound thanks to light as a feather. He didn't even bother to conceal his long spear, carrying it openly on his back. Long spear, bow and arrows, Jinhua sword, one was not missing. It wasn't that he wasn't concerned about being discovered at all. It was just, the Liang family better pray that no one discovers him. Otherwise, Piyang County would have another family extermination tragedy. Times had changed. In the beginning, when he first practiced martial arts, he had to swallow his pride in the face of the martial arts hall's people. Now, he didn't even need to lift a finger against them. A flick of the finger to the bowstring would do the job. It was just borrowing some medicinal materials. He hoped they would not be foolish. Chen Sansi quickly found the storeroom for the medicinal materials. The person in charge was asleep on the table, essentially saving the lives of dozens of the Liang household. He climbed through the window into the pharmacy, grabbing a sack and stuffing it. Soon it was bulging with items. Indeed, there's black ginseng, and quite an amount of it too, enough for me to use for a while. In a corner, Chen Sansi found some exquisitely stored boxes and opened them. They contained either ginseng or treasured Ganoderma, and many other rare treasures capable of neutralizing various odd poisons. Whether needed or not, he packed everything and took it all. Inside the quiet Liang family's large estate, only a study was lit by the light of candles. Chen Sansi thought about it, then still tiptoed to the eaves to peek through a sliver of an opening into the room. Inside the room, at the desk, a middle-aged man with graying hair sat there, facing a messy pile of scrolls, holding a folding fan in his hands and idly fingering it with a vacant look in his eyes. Is that Liang Zhan's fan? Heh. Old man, missing your son, are you? Chen Sansi hesitated on whether to send them all to be reunited as a family. Waste! A sharp scolding came through. A haggard woman burst out of the bedroom and rushed toward the study, rudely kicking open the door. Old man, what's the use of pretending here every day? If you really care for Zhaner, why don't you go take revenge? I do want revenge. Liang Shangji gritted his teeth and said, but Xiang Tingchun has achieved small success in refining internal, and how could I be his match? Plus, without evidence, he would certainly deny it. Xiang Tingchun? Chen Sansi was surprised. Turns out, Lord Thousand Households had been carrying the pot for him all along. So what? The woman shouted shrilly. You could ask others for help, couldn't you? Could that Xiang Tingchun be invincible in this world? Aren't there refining internal experts around the county magistrate, Beg them for help. No one can help me. Liang Shangji's voice was choked with sobs. Ji Guangxian and Xiang Tingchun are birds of a feather. How could they possibly help me kill Xiang Tingchun? Even if I were to spend all I have, I couldn't afford the price. And the magistrate? The woman lowered her voice. Isn't the magistrate repeatedly calling you over lately? Can't you ask him to help? Even less likely. Liang Shangji said, the new magistrate Xue is said to be from the court and barely accepts our tributes. He is too proud and lofty. How could he become our assassin? Moreover, his frequent summoning of us lately is for questioning about the immortal treasure. If I wanted his help unless... He suddenly understood the woman's implication. You're insane. Hiding the immortal treasure is a great crime punishable by the extermination of 9 clans. By doing so, we could avenge Genre. But it would also mean the end of the Liang family's 100-year foundation. Foundation! The woman burst into hysterical laughter. Liang Shangji, your son is dead. Who are you keeping your foundation for? And with the barbarians about to attack the city, do you think you can stay hidden at home? Wouldn't the surname Xiang conscript you? Liang Shangji stood up anxiously. What are you doing? The woman put a hairpin to her own throat. If you're really a coward, then I'll just go to Genre myself. Ah! Liang Shangji roared, overturning the desk. You're all forcing me. So let's die together. Xiang Tingchun, I will take you down with me. What a touching scene of deep father-son affection. Of white-haired people sending off those with black hair. Touching, is it? Chun Sansi sneered. When these beasts were testing drugs on the villagers, they never considered that others had families too. Even if he slaughtered their entire household, sparing not a man, woman, or child, they didn't deserve half a bit of pity. Instead, it would be ridding people of harm. However, since they pinned the blame on Xiang Tingchun and there was involvement with the immortal treasure, he couldn't just kill recklessly, or it might lead to unforeseen complications. The magistrate is indeed here for the immortal treasure, and he has refining internal experts by his side. It seems that the Liang family intends to report to the magistrate. Mr. Xiang, you'd better pray for good fortune. Chun Sansi didn't stay any longer. With a leap, he vanished into the night after leaving the Liang family compound, disappearing without a trace. You want to learn swordsmanship? Wang Ji, who was sitting on the stone stool drinking, lifted his head in confusion at the boy's sudden request. Are you sure? Sure. Chun Sansi nodded firmly. He had sought out the Sunli siblings, but since they didn't know, he had no option but to approach Tang Ruishan. Wang Ji recalled carefully, I do have some. Come with me. The first time entering Fatty Wang's house was unexpectedly shabby. The yard was unattended, and there was no furniture in the rooms except for a bed and a locked chest in the bedroom. Wang Ji opened the chest and pulled out a pile of secret skill books, then selected a few swordsmanship volumes and tossed them over, as if they were worthless. Take a look at which one you want to practice. I don't have anything else, just plenty of techniques. When I was kicked out with my belongings, they only took the techniques above refining internal. I kept all the ones below it. Among these volumes, the best should be the Diansong swordsmanship. It's the same one the master used. Supervisor Sun? Chun Sansi asked. Wasn't he a spear user? He also practiced swordsmanship. If I remember correctly, before he broke through the martial saint level, he had practiced a variety of messy techniques. Wang Ji stroked his chin. This Diansong swordsmanship is a unique technique from Tsang Mountain sect, one of the major sects from over 100 years ago. After the sect plotted a rebellion and was annihilated, the technique fell into the hands of the court. Even the master practiced it, so it must be good, but definitely hard to learn. Aren't you worried it will affect your spear training? More than that. Chun Sansi voiced his perplexity. What I'm more curious about is, what are the benefits of practicing multiple weapon techniques? One major utility of a cultivation technique is to push the limits of the physical body. But as one's realm increases and they start training in a new weapon, what can that bring? It's definitely not going to be a significant improvement in physical strength. Otherwise, it would be common knowledge by now. Before Hua Jin, practicing an additional weapon technique can make your chi blood more robust. After Hua Jin, it gives you a deeper foundation in your strength. Besides that, there are no other benefits. Wang Ji explained patiently while changing the dressing on his wound. So generally, it's the people in high realms with no hope of further breakthroughs who collect and practice various techniques to enhance their combat power. After all, among peers in the same realm, the battle often comes down to whose true chi and chi blood can prevail. You are still at a low realm. It's not very meaningful to train now. Even if you master it, you won't be able to use two techniques simultaneously in real combat. People only have one brain, how can you split your focus? At most, you can have a long weapon and a short weapon to turn to when an enemy gets close, so you aren't helpless. That's your plan, right? Sort of. Chun Sansi did not deny it. But he quickly linked this information in his mind. People in high realms with no hope of further breakthroughs. This described the former supervisor's son as well. It wasn't until after the 15th year of Longqing that supervisor's son suddenly broke through to a level above martial saint. Was there a connection to his practice with the sword? Of course, this is only speculation right now. Martial saint is still too far off. Let's just try practicing the swordsmanship for now. I'll take this one. Chun Sansi accepted the Diansong swordsmanship. Whatever you want. Wang Ji added. With a base level of cultivation, you'll learn other techniques much faster, but how fast depends on your qualifications and comprehension. Thanks. Chun Sansi didn't waste any time. He began practicing the swordsmanship that very day. The universal breathing skill was the foundation. He only needed to learn pile work and sword moves. He vividly remembered how, when first learning martial arts, it took nearly 10 days just to perform the pile work and move smoothly. Now learning the sword, it took him only half a day. Cultivation technique, Diansong swordsmanship, entry level. Progress, 0/50. Utility, none. Only 50 to reach entry-level mastery? Chun Sansi tried to officially practice. The results were quicker than he anticipated. Each time he completed a set of sword moves, the proficiency would noticeably rise. At this rate, just 1 day was needed. After 1 day, his swordsmanship could be at entry level. This really is a great sword. Chun Sansi held the Jinyu sword, somewhat unable to put it down. This legendary treasure sword simply couldn't be measured in monetary terms. It was truly priceless. What a waste of resources. I heard that Prince was taken straight to the capital city. This was good news. If the prince had stayed in Pyong, the barbarian tribes would undoubtedly continue to send reinforcements, and higher-ranked generals would be essential. Mr. Xiang alone wouldn't be able to hold out. Now that the prince was taken away, the Yuan family would have to request reinforcements directly from the old emperor. Of course, this didn't mean that Pyong was safe. On the contrary, its fate was still uncertain. The Shi River tribe had at least 5,000 troops, perhaps even more. Against the 1,000 households, 1,000 men. Even as defenders, there was significant pressure. Defense preparations began to be fortified inside and outside the Great Wall. The great battle was about to begin. Chapter 91. Fast-track swordsmanship. All around Pyong, everyone had entered a state of war preparation. Not only were the soldiers bustling about, the ordinary people couldn't escape conscription either. The Great Wall's construction had been ongoing for nearly 200 years, requiring annual maintenance. With the great battle impending, reinforcing the weaker segments had become more critical. The 200-mile Great Wall. The workforce from the 1,000 households was wholly inadequate. They had no choice but to rely on civilians. Uncle Lai Zi, have something to eat. Chun Sansi had been sent to supervise the labor and was distributing food to the villagers with Wang Li. This temporary conscription didn't even provide meals. The common folk had no choice but to comply. Otherwise, if the barbarians breached the city, not a single living person would be spared. The cornbread smells delicious. Sure. Becoming a high official recently must have lined your pockets well. Uncle Lai Zi took it and bit into it without a word of thanks. How dare you? Wang Li angrily said. You ingrate. The Lord kindly asked the Lord 1,000 households for food for you, and you don't appreciate it. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. The rest of the villagers immediately began cursing. Just go die, Uncle Lai Zi. Right. Die at the barbarians' hands outside the city. That would be a fitting end for you. Chun Sansi paid them no mind and left Wang Li to watch over them while he attended to his own duties. The food he had requested from the stores through Xiang Tingchun. In a defensive battle like this, without civilian cooperation, the difficulty would increase significantly. Neither does it make sense to expect the horse to run without feeding it grass. The food reserves at the 1,000 households were enough for 6 months. Giving a small portion to the civilians was not a problem. Furthermore, various village gentry and martial arts hall lords had amassed plenty in their granaries, waiting to sell at higher prices in winter. If truly necessary, they would seize food from the martial arts halls. Back at the military camp, empowered by the medicine of spiritual grain, Chun Sansi practiced spear techniques for 2 hours before starting on swordsmanship. Diensong swordsmanship, divided into 3 parts. The part he held could directly cultivate refining organs, comprising 13 sword techniques, each with 72 variations. If there had to be a distinct characteristic, it was focused on slaughter, with every move designed to kill. The Jinyue sword in Chun Sansi's hands hummed and trembled, at times swift as a fierce torrential downpour and at others slow as drifting clouds, each strike embodying a weather-changing momentum, grand and powerful, splitting the wind and tearing through clouds. Cultivation technique, Diensong swordsmanship, entry-level. Progress, 0/50. Utility, ambidextrous, swift mastery of the sword path. Ambidextrous, dual wielding, complementing strengths and compensating weaknesses. Swift mastery of the sword path. Below the physical realm, sword techniques are incredibly fast, unimpeded. Swift mastery of the sword path. Once past entry-level, proficiency was still only 50. This meant, as long as it wasn't beyond his own realm, breakthroughs were as simple as eating and drinking. In this way, the concerns Wang Ji had about it interfering with his spear technique cultivation were completely unfounded. More importantly, it was being ambidextrous. Normally, it's impossible to multitask. Chun Sansi trained with a shorter weapon as well, not just to handle special situations where enemies got close, but to have better options than being completely unarmed, which was certainly an improvement. However, if 2 sets of techniques could be used at the same time, it would be transformative. Sometimes, the sum of 1 plus 1 far exceeds 2. The long spear, as the king of weapons, had only one flaw: its length. Although his spear techniques were impeccable, and no one had ever come close enough to challenge him, it didn't mean that they would never be able to. Being able to use both sword and spear techniques simultaneously would completely compensate for this. Chun Sansi tried it out on the spot. In his hands, the Jinyue sword and the reed leaf spear operated as if controlled by 2 perfectly coordinated individuals. Especially with the Jinyue sword. Holding the sword in his left hand, it felt not the least bit awkward, but rather like a natural extension of his own limbs. Swift mastery. Chun Sansi with spear in right hand and sword in left. Just 2 days and nights. He pushed the Jinyue sword to great success in the blood refining technique. His internal chi blood thickened without affecting the progress of his spear technique. Mr. Chen. Zhao Kong found him. Go to the main tent. Commander Xiang has important things to discuss with everyone. Central Army Camp. All the lieutenants were present. In addition, Magistrate Xue, Magistrate Ji, as well as Sun Li and Sun Buki were all there. Xiang Tingchun looked at Feng Yong, signaling him to begin. Yes. Feng Yong pointed to a location 20 miles outside the Great Wall on the sand table and said, 2 days ago, under orders to carry out a new round of reconnaissance, I discovered that the barbarian tribes had begun to set up camps there and obtained accurate intelligence that they would attack Pyong within 5 days at the latest. Among them, total military strength is about 6,000, with 2,000 light cavalry and 500 heavy cavalry. Refining organ increased to 2 people, bone training commanders increased to 10, several with blood refining great success. Additionally, complete with heavy machinery such as catapults and siege carriages. On our side, we have 1,056 combat-ready troops, plus 200 martial arts academy disciples, 3 refining organ martial artists, and 12 bone training martial artists participating in the battle. Lord 1,000 households, I have finished my report. Xiang Tingchun nodded slightly. Overall, while we have more high realm warriors, The Shi River tribe's forces are several times larger than ours, and even just holding out will be difficult. So, Magistrate Ji, could you help by requesting the Yingding Prefecture Commanding Department to send an additional 1,500 troops? That's not within my jurisdiction, Ji Guangxian said sheepishly. Moreover, Yingding Prefecture is facing 50,000 iron cavalry. Where would they find extra forces to deploy? At most, I can call for one more refining organ from my family to assist. His mission was not completed. He could not return. Staying in Piyang meant sharing life and death with Piyang. Miss Sunday. Xiang Tingchun shifted his gaze. Can't the governor mansion send some people over? I have already written a letter and had it urgently sent to Liangzhou. My father should have arrangements in place. Sun Li's voice was cold. Before that, my brother and I will stay in Piyang to assist. We will absolutely not flee once the battle commences. Good. Everyone knows of the iron-blooded reputation of the 8 camps. It seems the reputation is well-deserved. Xiang Tingchun looked at everyone, exhorting, Gentlemen, even the daughter and young master of the supervisor himself are prepared to fight to the death. How can we retreat? Pass my command. Starting tomorrow, all soldiers of Piyang 1,000 households will be stationed at the Great Wall, on standby for 12 hours a day, ready to face the enemy at any moment. Understood. The crowd accepted the command. Mr. Chan Sansi, who was initially planning to go home, was stopped. He paused. Magistrate Ji, what can I do for you? Heh. Ji Guangxian laughed. Mr. Chan ventured deep into enemy territory alone for hundreds of miles, capturing a prince amidst heavily surrounded troops, establishing an astonishing feat. Soon even the capital will hear of your great name. Elder Gao is the most perceptive in recognizing talents, and will surely entrust you with a significant task. I am flattered by Magistrate Ji's high regard. Chan Sansi replied perfunctorily, Sadly, even if I wanted to leave Piyang, I can't leave now. Major matters will have to wait until after the war is over. One word. Delay. As long as he could delay, once his realm improved, all problems would be easily solved. Mr. Chun speaks wisely. Ji Guangxian stroked his beard. I too will not leave, and will stay to share life and death with the soldiers of Piyang. Indeed, this matter should be discussed after the battle concludes. Such integrity, Magistrate Ji. Chun Sansi changed the subject. I just don't know.
Non.
Ji Guangxian interrupted. Mr. Chun, when I travel far, why would I carry so many medicinal materials with me? Of course, if Mr. Chun can give me a guarantee, I am not against sending someone from Yingding Prefecture to rush more medicinal materials here. Magistrate Ji misunderstands. Chun Sansi said, I understand the principle of not taking rewards without merit. Due fortifying soup is exceptionally valuable. Even if Magistrate Ji is generous, I would feel ashamed to continue receiving it without due cause. I wanted to ask if Magistrate Ji has any other secret medicine? Perhaps something for treating injuries or restoring chi blood. I dare not ask for much, just enough for a single use. Well, Magistrate Ji pondered for a moment. Naturally, there are more. My Ji family started in the medicinal trade. How could we have only one secret formula? Whether it's golden sore medicine for treating external injuries or blood-replenishing pills to quickly restore chi blood, my Ji family's medicines are many times better than what's available outside. Since Mr. Chun has asked, how could I refuse? I will have someone send some to you later. Thank you, Magistrate Ji. Chun Sansi bowed with his fists and took his leave. Sir. Dan Yuanji smiled. He has started asking for medicine. Naturally, the formulas used by my Ji family for bone training were taken by His Highness to cultivate his confidence. Anyone who has used them wouldn't want to switch medicines. Ji Guangxian confidently said, You send him the medicine later, but remember, only give him enough for a single use. He has asked me once. He will ask again. Why worry about not being able to keep him in check? Done. Chan Sansi successfully concocted due fortifying soup, 6 elements blood replenishing pills, and a secretly made medicine for treating external injuries. The dew fortifying soup was still useful even for someone with a small achievement in bone training. Cultivation technique. Undying golden snake spear. Upper. Small achievement. Progress. 108/2000. The other two secret medicines weren't very effective, but they were free of charge. They would also make the magistrate think that his family's secret medicines were attractive to him, ensuring he wouldn't be bothered by him until the end of the battle. Skill, medical skill. Ordinary, entry-level. Progress. 403/500. The medical skill will soon break through. Chun Sansi returned home. Gu Xinlan had prepared dinner as usual. That night, she took out a dark blue robe she had finally finished sewing after 2 months and personally dressed her man in it, checking for any ill-fitting areas so she could make the best adjustments overnight. It fits perfectly. Brother Shi looks very handsome in it. Under the candlelight in front of the bronze mirror, Gu Xinlan quietly watched her man. Her almond-shaped eyes, initially dreamy and blurry, gradually reddening with tears as she unconsciously hugged him tightly, whispering, "Sister Tong's child is due in a couple of days." I know. Since Chun Sansi had come to this world, it was his first time wearing such fitting and comfortable clothes. He adjusted his sleeves, replying, "Su Bin will join me in guarding the city. You help take care of things here." "That's not what I meant." Gu Xinlan hugged him tighter, her voice becoming very soft. "I meant when you return, we should have one too." Towards the end, her voice was more choked than shy. The emphasis of her words was on return. "Don't worry, I'm quite capable." Chun Sansi suddenly lifted her by the waist. "And this matter doesn't need to wait until I return. We can start now." Tonight, countless similar scenes would unfold in the military settlements. Fathers silent, mothers advising, wives and children crying. Because no one knew if tonight would be their last reunion. Starting tomorrow, all soldiers would be stationed at the Great Wall, defending against the barbarian invasion. Before the battle is over, no one may return home. Chapter 92. Divine Arrow shows its might. 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. The sound of the bugle echoed through the camp. The soldiers headed to the barracks, bidding farewell to their families. The Sunli siblings, too, donned their armor and took up their weapons to join the battle. Shanshir. Sun Buki caught up quickly. "I've looked into the matter on the grassland for you. That 1,000 households surnamed Luo. His subordinates said he hasn't left alone. Is it possible that it's because Tang Ruishan is too incompetent, causing the exposure? Perhaps." Chun Sansi didn't refute, nor did he bother to. To the people of the Governor Mansion, it was all about evidence. But he didn't need to provide any. Sunli said, "Little brother, don't worry, we'll keep an eye on him." Once arriving at the barracks, after Xiang Tingchuan's lengthy speech, all the soldiers then garrisoned the Great Wall. In the days that followed, they would have to eat, drink, and deal with all matters within the Great Wall, with any departures requiring permission. Each household was responsible for 2 signal towers, covering a distance of 20 miles. The other 200 martial arts academy disciples and over 200 new recruits who had just joined the army were scattered among them. The common folk were in charge of boiling the golden liquid, moving rolling logs, boulders, arrows, and other tools. Xiang Tingchun, Luo Dongquan, and Dan Yuanji, 3 refining organ martial artists, personally conducted day and night patrols. Additionally, a night watch team would leave the city every night to scout. This task no longer fell upon Chun Sansi. All that was left was to wait. After 3 days, Chun Sansi's swordsmanship shot straight up to entry-level bone training, no longer holding him back when used. "Mr. Chun, it's doomed." Su Wenkai, busy for several days, created a makeshift sand table with an accuracy comparable to that within the Central Army's tent. Holding a stick, he looked troubled. "It's doomed." It was mealtime. Everyone was gathered inside the signal tower, eating the beast meat brought by Chun Sansi, and thus heard everything clearly. "Doomed my ass." Zhu Tong stepped forward and kicked him. "When the barbarians come, I'll push you off the city wall first to meet your doom." It really is doomed. Su One's expression was sincere. Subin leaned over, craning his neck. Old Su, I've read military books too. We may not have many people, but we are defending the city. We're not lacking in food, and we have the townspeople to help. There's still a good chance we can hold. I wasn't talking about that. Su Kai turned to Chun Sansi. You guys don't understand, but Mr. Chun certainly can see it. The troop reinforcement by the barbarian 1,000 households from Shi River is very strange, and in Ding Prefecture remains silent. Too weird. Unfortunately, there isn't enough intelligence. I can't see the specifics elsewhere, and can't figure out what the barbarians exactly want to do. But from what we see now, the posture they are assuming signifies that they are hell-bent on taking Pyong, defying the heavens in their pursuit. Chun Sansi nodded, indicating he agreed with that view to everyone. Indeed strange. Even bringing up the immortal treasure wouldn't make sense. Shouldn't such matters be dealt with stealthily? For instance, sending several more experts of the witch god sect, plenty of refining organ and Hua Jin practitioners. What does it mean to send a large army closing in? Searching carpet style is not done like this, right? Of course, if it's just 6,000 men, the problem isn't too big. At most, we implement scorched earth tactics, retreat everyone back to the county seat, and concentrate strength on guard higher and more solid city walls. But what might follow next? Nobody can be sure. He, like Su Kai, had a very bad feeling. Nobody is an immortal. They could only take one step at a time. Mr. Chun, why don't we head to the mountains? Zhuang Yi proposed this idea for the second time. Take about 100 people and just flee straight into the deep mountains and dense forests, where you could be a king and set up a stronghold, recruiting soldiers to start anew. Zhu Tong agreed with both hands. Exactly. We could establish our own small court. Are you too brainless? How can you joke about something like this? Subin hurried to stop them. Su Kai seriously discussed the idea with them, concluding in the end that lacking advanced cultivation methods and resources, becoming prominent would only lead to a dead end. Of course, everyone was just joking around, because defending the city was too monotonous. Chun Sansi didn't join in the fun. After replenishing his energy, he continued to practice his spear and swordsmanship. In a flash, another 2 days passed. Cultivation technique. Undying golden snake spear, small achievement. Progress, 308/2000. His swordsmanship also caught up with his own realm. Cultivation technique. Diansong swordsmanship, bone forger small achievement. Progress, 0/2000. The limit for proficiency increased many times over. As expected, once reaching the realm of the physical body, rapid progress was no longer possible. He still needed to focus primarily on spear technique. On a side note, it has been over 10 days since the grassland journey concluded. Shouldn't the capital city have received news of me capturing the 9th Prince Yuan? I wonder if they'll give me anything in return. He didn't seek rank or peerage, only a resource for cultivation. The condensed dew body refinement soup was still useful for bone forger small achievement, but it wasn't enough. He wanted to achieve bone forging perfection as soon as possible, so when facing a refining organ martial artist again, he would not be utterly helpless. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Atop the Great Wall, the signal fires were lit. Along the 200-mile Great Wall, the soldiers, whose nerves had been strained for days on end, each took up their weapons and moved to their pre-assigned posts. Chun Sansi also took his spear and sword and went to the top of the wall. Boom, 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 boom. Hum. Along with the sound of war drums as loud as thunder and the majestic bugle, a dark mass of figures gradually appeared on the slope 10 miles away. It was the barbarian army. They arranged their battle formation, erected their observation towers, and stood off against the great Shang officials and soldiers from afar. Yeah! Leading a dark horse cavalry unit, one came to a halt about 200 steps from the Great Wall and began riding around and shouting, "Hear this! Shang dynasty's officers and soldiers within the city. Surrender early and avoid death. We give you 2 hours. After 2 hours, if you don't voluntarily open the city gates, Our heavenly clan Iron Cavalry will surely flatten Pyong. The best strategy in warfare is to outthink the enemy. Attacking the spirit is supreme, attacking the city is inferior. Even though they were of different races and bloodshed was inevitable, they could still create an atmosphere that boosted the morale of their own troops. Morale was, after all, the key to victory. Soldiers defending the Great Wall. Listen up. I offer you. Whoosh. Thump. An arrow suddenly pierced through the helmet of a fast-charging cavalryman, toppling him and his horse to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Chun Sansi slowly lowered his bow. 200 steps, 1 kill with a single shot. Good shot. Mr. Chun is valiant. Valiant. Hundreds of soldiers cried out in unison. Good. Xiang Tingchun, who sat atop the fortress gate, cheered loudly. Excellent archery. Upholding the might of our great dashing. Although only one barbarian cavalryman had died. Everyone felt as if they had gained a huge advantage as they looked at the dense group of people becoming insignificant, their hearts invigorated and hands itching for a fight. This was morale. 10 miles away, Wu Muir, a barbarian household leader on the observation tower, had an unpleasant expression on his face. His original plan was to intimidate the Shang people before attacking, but the result was the opposite of what he had intended. How could we, the heavenly clan, who rely on our skills with the bow and horse, lose to the Shang people? He asked solemnly, who has outstanding archery skills? I have Admiral Mu Gu. Ji Rintai, another household leader at his side, spoke up. This man uses a 5-stone bow and can hit a target 100 steps away with one of his 3 arrows. Good. Wu Muir issued an order. Send up Mu Gu and tell him that shooting down that archer just now will be rewarded with 20 taels of gold, 500 taels of silver, and 300 heads of cattle and sheep. Here they come again. Su Wenkai lay on the ground, cautiously looking ahead as another menacing barbarian approached. Shang people, if you're brave, don't use numbers to overwhelm me or shoot chaotic arrows at me. Mu Gu came unarmed except for the longbow in his hand, his voice booming. Call out that archer from just now. I'll compete with him in archery, staking our lives on the outcome. I am right here. Chun Sansi stood atop the wall, letting the enemy come within about 100 steps. So arrogant? Mu Gu gritted his teeth and shot an arrow from his bow. Under the watchful eyes of all, Chun Sansi neither dodged nor flinched, but instead drew his own bow and loosed a thundering arrow. Ding! A light, crisp sound rang out. The 2 arrows collided precisely in midair, veering off and falling to the ground. What? Mu Gu was shocked. From atop the wall, Chun Sansi looked down. Come again. Fine, let's do this. Mu Gu adjusted his breathing, calmed himself, and shot 3 arrows in quick succession. Ding, ding, ding. Yet each arrow was effortlessly shot down with unerring accuracy. But Turu, Mu Gu was struck dumb, standing still in shock for a long while before awakening from the nightmare and calling out in terror. The number 1 Baturu, the number 1 Baturu, using an arrow to block an arrow. Such a divine skill could only be achieved by the grassland's number 1 Baturu. How could there be such a formidable person in the insignificant Pyong County? Mu Gu no longer dared to continue the competition. He turned to flee, but it was too late. Whoosh! A spade-shaped chi pai arrow struck his horse. Mu Gu fell hard. Before he could rise, a willow leaf arrow pierced his thigh. Then another hit his other leg, right hand, and left and right. Ah! Unable to die and unable to live, Mu Gu writhed and howled beneath the city wall. Divine archer! Mr. Chun is likely one of the rarest divine archers in the world. Brothers, with Mr. Chun here, how could the barbarians possibly breach our Great Wall? The 200-mile Great Wall. What they saw and heard was passed on and deliberately exaggerated, and in a short time the morale of the officials and soldiers reached its peak. Useless! Wu Muir cursed. Ji Rintai, is this the divine archer you told me about? Ji Rintai remained silent. Mu Gu was at least a bone forger with a small achievement. and yet he was defeated so effortlessly? Let's rest. Wu Moor said solemnly. In 2 days, we'll discuss the siege again. They had suffered defeats twice in a row. Attacking now would only make things more difficult. They had to wait out the period when the enemy's morale was high. What else could they do? It's not like the 2 main generals could personally challenge the enemy. Facing such a challenge meant facing a barrage of arrows. If there was a chance to kill a main general, the concept of martial virtue would be irrelevant. My lord, what a strategy! Su Wenkai exclaimed in admiration. After such an event, the barbarians' morale has plummeted to rock bottom, and they will not dare to attack again for a short time. The inside and outside of the Great Wall suddenly fell silent. It wasn't until the 3rd day at dawn that the sound of war drums rang out again. A dense mass of black dots advanced toward the Great Wall, as the barbarians officially began their siege. Chapter 93, Blood Battle at the Great Wall. Liven up! The household heads responsible for defending the Great Wall at various stages began to encourage their subordinates to give their all. Archery, relishing its triumph, was already a past affair from 3 days ago. Although the awe it inspired lingered, the excitement had long since faded. This was also why the barbarians were finally launching their siege. Within the fortress gate, Xiang Tingchun ordered, "Release arrows." An order officer immediately relayed the command. Each signal tower was purposefully equipped with archers and crossbowmen. As soon as the barbarian soldiers approached within about 200 steps, everyone aimed slightly above and in front of them and unleashed a barrage of arrows, creating a parabolic rain of projectiles. The siege, unlike what's portrayed on television. It was absolutely not a matter of wielding a shield and sword, yelling battle cries and charging forward. If it were so, there would be countless deaths no matter how many came. Laying siege required the use of many pieces of machinery. Take, for instance, the barbarians in the frontmost ranks. All were shielded by wooden curtain carts and Fenwen cars. Wooden curtain carts. These are siege engines covered with wooden planks for protection. In front of the vehicle, thick wooden planks shielded from the arrow rain, while soldiers hid behind them and pushed the cart forward without showing themselves. Fenwen cars. Similar pieces of equipment, all made of iron. Essentially a group of soldiers rushing forward carrying an iron shed on their back. Moreover, the barbarians also set up an arrow formation, shooting wildly at the city walls. Relying solely on a barrage of arrows to stop them was impossible. At most, it would kill only a few of their soldiers. In the end, they had to wait until the enemy attempted to climb the walls before they could significantly reduce the enemy's numbers. Chun Sansi's 15-stone bow could easily penetrate the common bamboo armor shields, cowhide shields, and thinner iron shields, virtually counting each flex of the fingers as a life claimed. Skill, archery, small achievement. Progress, 508/1000. With continued training like this, it wouldn't be long before his archery reached great success. But in the end, he was just one person, unable to withstand the 1,000-strong army. Soon, the barbarian soldiers reached the base of the city wall and successfully set up the scaling ladders. Scaling ladders. They weren't just any ladders but ladder carriages, extremely heavy pieces of engineering, weighing up to thousands of caddies. They could adjust their angle flexibly, had iron hooks to secure to the wall, and the base could form a triangle with the wall, making them incredibly sturdy. One after another, the barbarians began to climb up the ladders. Log rams and boulders proved their worth, smashing down onto those below with the force of collapsing mountains. As soon as a brave warrior climbed halfway, they were doused from above with scalding golden juice. "I've saved this for you for days. Have a taste. All of you try it." Zhu Tong roared, pouring down bucket after bucket. The boiling temperature, once it injured the skin, would lead to bacterial and viral infections. Without effective treatment, it was practically a death sentence. Chun Sansi stood guard beside them. Whoever dared to show their head would be stabbed with a thrust of his 3-meter-long spear. On the defensive side, one man could indeed hold the pass against 10,000. Shortly, he had stabbed over 20 people to death, not allowing a single enemy soldier to climb over the wall. Gradually, the area he was responsible for quieted down. over 200 li of the Great Wall. The barbarians couldn't possibly attack along the entire line. They mainly chose to attack weaker points. Even so, the first round of the siege didn't last too long. 2 hours later, the barbarians sounded the retreat. A siege was inherently a prolonged affair. Today's assault was likely just a probe. The soldiers began to clean up the battlefield and assess the situation. In this round, the barbarians lost over 400 men, while the Pyong households lost just over 50, most of whom died from random arrows during the defense. The ratio of losses looked quite favorable. But what the barbarians sent today were the so-called old, weak, sick, and disabled. This could be seen from the tattered leather armors on their bodies, and moreover, not a single bone-training martial artist had yet appeared. It was clear they intended to use these 400 weakened troops to gauge the true combat strength of the Great Wall. Skill: commanding soldiers, entry-level. Progress: 388 to 500. In live combat, the skill of commanding soldiers rapidly improved. With the mainstay's support, the soldiers under Chun Sansi's command, despite feeling mentally tense, did not panic and always coordinated well. Coupled with him standing at the forefront, only 2 men died in battle and 3 were wounded. Lazybones. The stinking Zhu Tong dragged Su Wenkai, who had been cowering in a corner, out into the open. "Didn't you say it was the end for us? The barbarians look like nothing but wine sacks and rice bags to me." "It hasn't even started yet," Su Wenkai informed. "They haven't even brought out the bone-training warriors. They haven't used digging tunnels or earth bags and such tactics yet." Chun Sansi let the old scholar enlighten his men, while he himself wasted no time in practicing martial arts. He also took the opportunity to ask Xiang Tingchun for leave to go hunting in the mountains, claiming he wanted to reward his subordinates. Having just earned a significant merit, he couldn't afford to grant rewards, so he was entitled to some privileges. Riding the White Swan horse, he went up to the mountains to soak in medicinal baths and practice martial arts, also improving his medical skills. When he returned, he brought a couple of hunted animals to the Great Wall for everyone to share. This continued for 10 days, during which the barbarians didn't seem eager to launch another full-scale assault. Instead, they beat drums every midnight and sent small groups of soldiers to shoot arrows and harass during the day. Siege exhaustion tactics, huh? Chun Sansi was well aware. As long as they didn't lack food and fodder, such wear-down strategies would advantage the barbarians. On one hand, their numbers were vast, creating increasing pressure for the soldiers of the Great Wall. Plus, with the cold weather, it was a torture to huddle on the ground every day. Speaking of which, it was almost the 12th lunar month, and the Northern Territory had yet to see snow. If a blizzard did set in, that could press the barbarians as well. Cultivation technique: undying golden snake spear. Upper, small achievement. Progress: 899/2000. The cultivation speed had slowed down. The efficacy of the dew condensation body forging soup was much less than before. At this rate, it would take at least 20 more days to achieve bone forging perfection. However, medical skill was on the verge of a breakthrough. Medical Officer Jiang also came to the Great Wall with the army. Chun Sansi used the excuse of helping, but in reality he was improving his proficiency. After pushing the medicine mill, he began practicing acupuncture on a wooden man covered with drawn acupoints. Medical skill included more than just herbs. Acupuncture was also one of its types. He had memorized all the acupoints and acupuncture techniques. They were etched in his memory, and now all that was left was to familiarize himself with the hand feel. In the course of an afternoon, he had basically learned it all. Finally, the panel floated up. Skill: medical skill. Mortal: proficient. Progress: 0/1000. Utility: recognize medicine. Cure all poison. Cure all poison. Medical skill is unparalleled, knowing all there is to know, such that all poisons of the mortal world can be cured upon sight. Cure poison? Chun Sansi had the ability to recognize medicine, which allowed him to prevent others from poisoning his food, but he lacked the skill to cure poison. Whether in the Jianghu or on the battlefield, There were always those who favored using poison, the cunning and treacherous ones. With this skill at his disposal, he was essentially immune to poison. Dong dong dong. After many days, the familiar sound of war drums echoed in his ears once again. Medical Officer Jiang, I must go. Chun Sansi's heart tightened as he dropped the silver needles and left, arriving at the city wall only to see hordes of barbarians surging forward like a tide. This time it was not the old, weak, sick, or disabled. It was a full-on assault. The number and quality were far greater than before. Siege engines were placed at the very front, followed by shield gunners and crossbowmen. At the back were 2,000 uniformly arranged cavalry. Moreover, there were an additional 500 heavy cavalry bringing up the rear. These heavy cavalry were not just fully armored from head to toe, but even the vital parts of the horses beneath them were fully armored as well. Truly the elite of the elite. Last time on the grasslands, if they had encountered this group of people, Zhu Tong and his men probably wouldn't have had a single survivor. The cavalry stopped at a distance of 2 miles, forming the rear guard. The remaining 4,000 infantry spread out, some feigning attacks while others launched the main assault, blurring the line between the real and the fake to such an extent that the Great Wall's defenses couldn't adjust in time. We are here for a feint attack. At the section Chun Sansi was responsible for, some people initially came over to set up ladders, but those who climbed up were few, and soon everyone withdrew, leaving only the empty ladders behind. 100 households. Quickly lead 30 men to the Alpha Signal Tower on the east side of the city gate to provide support. 100 households. Zhao can't hold on any longer. The order officer's command was delivered with a delay. By the time Chun Sansi and his men arrived at the designated spot, he saw that 4 ladders had already been mounted on the wall. Zhao Kong was entangled in a fight with a barbarian 100 households, and his men were guarding around the ladders, obviously unable to attend to other matters. Not far behind the ladders, several large siege carriages were also taking advantage of the situation to advance. Siege carriage. This carriage was the largest type of war carriage of the age. The one in front of them was not the biggest but nevertheless stood 2 fathoms high and many fathoms wide. The interior was divided into 3 layers, and aside from being able to accommodate nearly 100 soldiers, it was also equipped with heavy crossbow poison arrows and heavy hammers. The soldiers at the top of the carriage could directly leap into the city wall, while those at the bottom were responsible for chiseling and digging, damaging the city itself. If they allowed them to arrive smoothly in front, coupled with an influx of barbarians, the Great Wall would be thrown into complete chaos, and then it wouldn't be impossible for it to fall. Set fire! Chun Sansi ordered calmly. The torch basins had long been prepared. The archers, including Chun Sansi himself, began using fire arrows equipped with iron cages. They first lit the oily cloth with torches, then pulled their bows and shot arrows, targeting the siege carriage. But since the enemy dared to bring the war carriage over, how could they not be prepared at all? The water dragon car followed right behind the war carriage, dousing any flaming arrows before they could ignite the vehicle. Fortunately, the water carriage had a limited capacity. Under the deluge of fiery arrow rain that was like an engulfing sea of flames, they ultimately managed to set 2 carriages ablaze. At the same time, the distant catapults started to hurl stones en masse. Huge boulders, like meteors from the sky, crashed thunderously onto the city wall, and within just a few rounds, they had smashed a giant gap in the century-old wall. Unless they were martial artists with a minor achievement in blood refining or above, anyone who didn't dodge would be smashed into a pulp on the spot. Amidst various distractions, eventually one carriage managed to stop right in front of the wall. Barbarian soldiers came pouring out one after another, but the vast majority were killed by a long spear before they could even jump out. Charge, all of you charge. He's just one man. He who climbs the wall first shall gain the greatest honor. It could be seen that the people who had come with Chun Sansi to support were forced to put down their bows and help defend the scaling ladders that were close to being overrun. In front of the war carriage, there was only him. The barbarians burst forth with incredible drive, wanting to achieve the great feat of being the first to mount the wall, surging forward like beasts freed from their cages. Chun Sansi showed no fear and stood alone in front of the siege carriage. His long spear danced in the air like countless flying snakes, leaving no gaps unguarded. Any barbarian brazen enough to poke their head out would soon find a transparent hole in their body, and after a relentless attack lasting 5 minutes, the bodies piled up in the carriage exit, with not a single person managing to stand on the wall for more than 2 seconds. "All of you, get out of my way!" A deafening roar came from inside the carriage. A burly man used his own soldiers as human shields, seizing the chance to break out of the carriage and close in with a wolf fang club raised overhead to strike. Clang! The Jinhua sword at Chun Sansi's waist suddenly unsheathed. All everyone saw was a flash of cold light, and the head of the burly man, who had only minor success in bone training, rolled on the ground. He was no match for Chun Sansi. Ah! The barbarians inside the carriage were as if drenched with a bucket of cold water. Their desire for valor completely extinguished and their will to survive surged forward. Over 100 pairs of eyes stared, shuffling in place, with no one daring to rush forward again. On the contrary, Chun Sansi proactively charged into the crowd. His right hand Luyi spear swept all around while his left hand Jinhua sword reaped those who slipped through the net, cutting down heads in a flurry of slashes. Not knowing who started it, someone shouted, "Retreat!" and they all scrambled to jump down from the carriage. Those who jumped a bit slow gained a bloody hole, and inside the carriage, they trampled over each other, innumerable dead or injured. Blood sprayed everywhere, staining the war carriage red. And just at this moment, horns sounded beyond the Great Wall, and the barbarians beat gongs to signal retreat. Chapter 94, The Imperial Edict of Reward. After the sounding of the retreat, the barbarian soldiers beneath the city walls began their disorganized withdrawal. "They're retreating?" Chun Sansi plunged his long spear into the ground, wiped the sticky blood from his face, and stood on high ground overlooking the battlefield. Just now was actually the most dangerous time. Why the sudden retreat? There must have been an unexpected turn of events. Indeed, it wasn't long before news arrived. While the barbarians were focusing on the main attack at the city gates, one of their main generals led 300 elites in a fierce assault on a weak point on the west side, successfully breaching the wall and killing a commander with the surname Chen on the spot. Fortunately, Xiang Tingchun and Dan Yuanji arrived just in time and killed that main general. With the loss of a main general, it meant that the barbarians had only one refining organ martial artist left, and they had no choice but to temporarily retreat and regroup. In fact, this moment was often the best opportunity to pursue the enemy outside the city. However, Pyong had insufficient troops, and the barbarians had deliberately left cavalry in the rear for support. The soldiers began to clean up the battlefield. Chun Sansi sat down to rest. Only at dusk was the counting finished. In this round, they killed 1,000 enemies but lost 200 soldiers, most of whom were newly recruited, and 100 martial arts academy disciples died. It was said that the remaining disciples had dispersed like birds and beasts, and a search was already underway to capture them. That is to say, what was left of Pyong's fighting strength was only about 900. Mr. Chun, Household's Commander Xiang has called everyone over. Within the camp, everyone, having fought half the day, was exhausted and most had sustained minor injuries. Sun Li's pale complexion was likewise smeared with blood. Sun Buki's arm had been cut. "Shansher," Xiang Tingchun inquired, "what do you think we should do next?" "Retreat." Chun Sansi gave his answer. "The defensive line is stretched too thin, and Pyong has too few troops. Continuing to defend this way, today's close call will happen again soon. It's better to fall back and clear the fields, retreat to within the county city, and concentrate our forces to defend the high walls. There's still a chance of victory." Your thoughts align with mine." Xiang Tingchun didn't even consult others before immediately issuing an order. "Feng Yong, Zhao Kong, the two of you are responsible for bringing all the civilians from outside the city inside by dawn tomorrow. Be sure to leave the fields bare, not leaving a single grain of food behind. The rest of you, continue to defend the Great Wall tonight. Nobody is to leave their post without permission." "Yes." Feng Yong and the others accepted the order and left.
Magistrate Yi.
Xiang Tingchun continued, "How is the situation in Anding Prefecture?" Ji Guangxian sighed. "The fighting there is fierce. It's impossible to send reinforcements over. Household's commander Xiang, you can put that hope to rest. But tonight, an old slave with a small success in refining organs from my family will arrive, which might be of some help. This time, we are truly grateful to Magistrate Ji." Xiang Tingchun breathed a sigh of relief. With this, they would have 4 refining organ martial artists against the barbarians 1. Along with the advantage of defending the high walls, there was a very good chance of holding out until Anding Prefecture could spare troops for reinforcement. Defending Pyong with 1,000 men would also be considered a great achievement. "Mr. Xiang needn't thank me." Ji Guangxian spoke indifferently. "The current His Highness has always been concerned for the country and its people. He definitely doesn't wish to see the great Shang dynasty lose any city. By helping you, I am also serving the court." The 2 stayed behind to talk. The others dispersed one by one. "Sir." Subin had been waiting outside for a long time. "Could I possibly?" "You can't go back and I can't either." Chen Sansi knew what he was about to say. Subin's child was probably just born, and now with the call to clear the fields, it meant that all the civilians from outside the city would have to sleep on the streets for a long time, and he was certainly worried about their safety. Chen Sansi was also concerned about Sister Lan. He found Sun Li, who understood without being told, "I'm not under anyone's command. Temporarily leaving does not count as desertion. Don't worry, I will ensure Sister Lan and the family of your subordinate are well taken care of." "Thank you." Chen Sansi bowed with fist in palm. He returned to his post on the city wall and counted the number of his troops. 20 had been sacrificed. Most of them died defending the cloud ladders while he was reinforcing Zhao Kong. Having an excellent memory wasn't always entirely good. After a true battle of blood, the atmosphere grew more solemn. Even Zhu Tong no longer acted carefree as before, but sat quietly on the wall top meditating. Chen Sansi rested briefly, then continued to practice martial arts. The silver lining was that the Shi River tribes didn't attack again overnight, and by daylight, they were all able to retreat safely into the city. The walls of Pyong City were 3 zhang high and 2 zhang thick, extremely sturdy. Plus, with 1 refining organ martial artist stationed at each of the east, south, west, and north sides of the city walls, it was nearly impossible for the barbarians to break through easily. It was a pity that many villages outside the city would be burnt to the ground, but that was unavoidable. "Mr. Chen." A well-built middle-aged man with a short beard climbed onto the city wall. "And you are?" Chen Sansi became alert. The man before him breathed deeply and had a steady step. He was very similar to Xiang Tingchun and was very likely another refining organ martial artist. "Mr. Chen, there's no need for alarm." The middle-aged man introduced himself. "My surname is Han, and my name is Cheng. I'm a guard under Magistrate Shui, but you can call me Guard Han. Pleased to meet you." Chen Sansi greeted him with a bow. He had previously overheard at the Liang family residence that even a petty county magistrate like Shui had a refining organ martial artist by his side, and it turned out to be true. Moreover, during the previous fierce battle at the Great Wall, this person did not make a move. He asked, "Guard Han, what brings you here?" "There is an imperial decree." Han Cheng made a gesture of invitation. "An imperial decree?" Chen Sansi speculated that it was something about 9th Prince Yuan, and the authorities in the capital city must have responded. He then followed the other party and walked to the residence of the magistrate. "Mr. Chen." All of a sudden, Han Cheng stopped. "In a moment, Magistrate Shui will read the imperial decree. Whatever is asked of you, just agree, and if anything happens, Supervisor Sun will have your back. Remember, you must agree to everything." Question mark. Chen Sansi was taken aback. He quickly realized that the person before him, Han Cheng, seemed actually to be Supervisor Sun's man. The Sunli siblings had mentioned in private that Magistrate Shui was the Emperor's man, yet he had Supervisor Sun's person hidden by his side, and also wanted him to follow the imperial decree. How complicated. Only by going in would he be able to find out what exactly was going on. All right, I will remember that, he said. Chun Sansi nodded in agreement. Only then did Han Chang continue to lead the way. Inside the hall, Magistrate Shui was dressed in official garments, sitting upright on a taisha chair. By his side, there stood another guard. Could it be another refining organ martial artist? 2 refining organ martial artists accompanying a single magistrate? Mr. Chen. Seeing them, Magistrate Shui cautiously got up. It is remiss of me not to have met you at a distance. Please forgive me. Magistrate Shui is too polite. Chun Sansi gave a formal bow. Just speaking in terms of rank, he was 1 level higher than a 7th rank magistrate. Then I will get straight to the point, said Magistrate Shui as he cleared his throat, took out the golden silk decree that was already prepared, slowly unfolded it, and read aloud. By the mandate of heaven, the Emperor decrees, Captain Qingxin Chun Sansi, with a body of youth and the realm of bone training, penetrated deep into enemy territory for 400 li and captured the 9th Prince Yuan alive. His loyalty and courage are commendable. He is hereby appointed as a 5th rank cavalry captain, bestowed with a box of bone training treasure medicine, and a pot of imperial wine. This I decree. Your servant accepts the decree with gratitude. Chun Sansi received the imperial order with both hands. A 5th rank cavalry captain is a military officer's honorary rank and does not entail an actual position. In this world, military achievements are tied to one's cultivation realm. His 6th rank official title with a 5th rank honorary rank was already exceptional. But that wasn't key, and he didn't care about it. What interested Chun Sansi was the bone training treasure medicine. The items given by the emperor were bound not to be of poor quality. It would be good to seize the chance to break through to bone forging perfection in order to cope with the upcoming battles. Additionally, there didn't seem to be any special content in the imperial edict. What did Supervisor Sun's man mean about having his back, and what exactly was there to cover? Mr. Chun. Magistrate Shui showed a smile. At such a young age, you have gained the emperor's favor. The prospects for your future are limitless. You flatter me, Magistrate Shui. Chun Sansi replied politely, eager to get the treasure medicine quickly. Magistrate Shui, however, was unhurried. He took a jade pot from the tray held by a servant, poured a cup of wine, and handed it over. Mr. Chen, the emperor's imperial wine must be consumed on the spot according to tradition. I hope you will not disappoint His Majesty's will. Green blood poison dew. Colorless and tasteless. Once ingested, it blends into the flesh. It will not act for 3 months, but after 3 months, without an antidote, one will suffer pierced intestines, belly rupture, bleed from 7 orifices and die a violent death. Poisoned wine. The old emperor rewards me with poisoned wine for my merits? Is the agree to everything Guard Han mentioned referring to this? Chun Sansi's thoughts raced, though his face remained expressionless. The poisoned wine takes 3 months to take effect. This means the emperor doesn't want to kill me. Instead, he wants to control me. Chun Sansi suddenly saw the light. The emperor had no reason to kill him. If he really wanted to kill a small bone trainer like him, there would be no need for such secretive poisoning with a 3-month delay. If the purpose was to control him discreetly, then it made sense. But what for? If he does well within 3 months, he would be quietly given the antidote, and everything would be as if nothing had happened. If he does poorly, would he then die from poisoning? To drink or not to drink? It seemed like having his back meant that Supervisor Sun would provide the antidote, allowing him to feign compliance for now. Of course, Chun Sansi would not fully trust either side. After all, he was, for the moment, merely a selected point in name only and had no actual connection with Supervisor Sun. But, given the circumstances, he had no choice but to drink. After all, he could detoxify himself. With that thought in mind, Chun Sansi lifted the cup and drained it in one gulp. Chapter 95: The Fall of Nding Prefecture's Great Wall. The county magistrate Shui watched him drink the wine, his mouth corners imperceptibly curling. Good wine. Chun Sansi inverted his wine cup to indicate he had finished drinking and suggested, Magistrate Shui, with such good wine, won't you also have a taste? That simply won't do. Magistrate Shui stepped back half a step. An imperial gift is not for outsiders to enjoy. Such a pity that I must enjoy this fine wine alone. Chun Sansi drank another cup and asked, I am a simple man. Following the rules, must I drink it all up? That's not necessary. Magistrate Shui shook his head. Mr. Chun, you can take the rest to save as a treasure. If there's nothing else, may I take my leave? Chun Sansi prepared to leave. Wait a moment, Mr. Chun. Magistrate Shui stated, I still have something to say. He didn't speak before, preferring to wait until after the poisoned wine was drunk. It seemed his guess was correct. Drinking poisoned wine meant obedience and worth using. Refusing to drink meant defiance, guaranteeing not immediate execution but an uncertain fate. Chun Sansi, however, was eager to see what secret the old emperor was so desperate to keep hidden. Mr. Chen, Shui Yuping said in a low voice, do you know why we have come? Chun Sansi feigned confusion. Naturally, you came to serve as magistrates. That, of course, but apart from that, I also bear another imperial mission. Shui Yuping looked worried. During your time in the households, did you ever hear of something called immortal treasure? Chun Sansi shook his head blankly. It's quite normal for you not to know, given that you haven't been practicing martial arts for long. Shui Yuping explained, my task is to find a treasure left by an immortal before the war's end. You must be joking, Magistrate Shui. Chun Sansi said in surprise, how could there be immortals in this world? There certainly are. Isn't our current emperor the Emperor Wan Shou himself? Shui Yuping looked towards another guard and ordered in a stern voice, Tang Ming, how is the investigation going? Speak freely, Household Officer Chun is one of us. All right. Tang Ming nodded. The martial arts hall is definitely suspicious, especially the one surnamed Liang. He's been loitering outside the county government these past few days, looking sneaky and indecisive. Liang Shengji? Chun Sansi knew what he was trying to do. It seemed the fire of the immortal treasure would soon reach Xiang Tingchun, and it can't be concealed forever. It'll come to light eventually. Use both kindness and severity, don't just force things, and make sure to interrogate thoroughly. Any crimes can be discussed later. Shui Yuping changed the subject. Any news on the witch god sect? Intelligence says. Tang Ming's expression hardened. A large group of experts beyond the Hua Jin stage is expected to arrive. Beyond the Hua Jin stage? Chun Sansi's guess was spot on. He had always felt if they were really after the immortal treasure, why not send powerful masters? What special merit does humble Piyang have? With the enemy army pressing their borders and masters infiltrating, even so, it still didn't make sense why the enemy army was at their doorstep. It was understandable for the witch god sect to seek the immortal treasure, but the encroaching army was baffling. We really don't have much time. We must get the item before the witch god sect arrives. Shui Yuping stood. Mr. Chun, you must keep today's matters to yourself, and leak nothing. You also need to keep an eye out for the immortal treasure, to see if there's any connection with the army. If any discovery is made, it will constitute a real act of heavenly merit. Chun Sansi nodded. I will remember. We don't have much time. The magistrate Shui must know some secrets but wouldn't reveal them easily. This poisoned wine, it really was right to drink it. For in it, perhaps there was a sliver of life. Because he drank the poisoned wine, it meant that he was now the old emperor's man. The conversation ended. Shui Yuping had Han Chang see the guest out. Once outside the prefect residence, Han Chang whispered, Mr. Chun, do whatever Magistrate Shui tells you next. Avoid withholding any information, and do not defy. The emperor's command is divine imperative. Chun Sansi understood the implicit message. A mere 6th-rank official in the bone training realm would find defiance to be a dead end. Not just him. Even Supervisor Sun's third son paid a heavy price for his youthful arrogance. Didn't he? Ultimately, it came down to insufficient personal strength. "Thank you for the advice, Guard Han." Chun Sansi gave a fist salute. It was clear that Han Chang was giving him a warning. No matter the reason, pleasantries needed to be exchanged. He probed, "Guard Han, is something significant about to happen?" "I do not know." Han Chang shook his head. "I'm merely following supervisor's orders to look after you for a bit. The rest is still uncertain." "I shall take my leave." Chun Sansi didn't press further. He mounted his white swan horse, and along with Wang Ji, he set out on a scouting mission. Unlike the previous journey to the grasslands, they moved mostly solo to keep a low profile. Midway, he turned directly towards Tiger Head Mountain. In the cave, with the aid of the cure-all poison, Chun Sansi quickly concocted an antidote. He also did not lack the necessary materials. When he previously obtained medicine from the Liang family, he had taken away all the medicinal ingredients from the storeroom, among which included several specific treasure medicines used for detoxification. Peft! Accompanied by abdominal cramps, he violently spat out a mouthful of black blood, signifying the poison had been neutralized. The green blood poison dew wasn't considered a world-class rare poison. Its advantage lay in its colorless and odorless nature, making it difficult to detect. Had it not been for Chun Sansi's ability to recognize medicine, he might have truly believed it was the emperor's kind gesture of rewarding a meritorious official with fine wine, especially since no abnormalities would appear in the body shortly after ingestion. 3 months later, if he indeed became a confidant of the emperor, someone would secretly administer the antidote. In this way, without anyone being any wiser, the relationship between monarch and subject would not suffer from any rift over this incident. On the contrary, if he failed to become a confidant of the emperor, he would naturally succumb to the poison in an inexplicable manner, perhaps never knowing how he met his end. What a cunning scheme. Very well, I'll be your damn confidant." Chun Sansi took out the wooden box that had been awarded to him, and upon opening it, there lay 5 red medicine pills, which were presumably the so-called bone-forging treasure medicine, and this time they were not poisoned. These pills were known as mysterious primordial bone-tempering pills, each worth over 500 taels of silver. The entire box added up to several thousand taels of silver. Even if Chun Sansi could decipher how to make it, it would be difficult for him to gather all the necessary materials. With them, he would quickly reach bone-forging perfection. Without wasting any time, he packed up his belongings and descended the mountain, riding little soon around outside the city. He discovered that the barbarians had indeed breached the wall. That very evening, the barbarians launched a new round of assaults. It was still the same combination of catapults, volleys of arrows, and various other siege engines lavishly pummeling the walls. Thankfully, the 4 refining internal experts each defended a side of the wall. Despite substantial losses, the situation was temporarily kept under control, albeit barely. But this led to an even more dire situation. 3 days later, the Night Watch brought back intelligence. The barbarian tribes were going to complete their second reinforcement in 7 days. By then, their military strength would increase to 10,000, and the number of refining internal experts would rise to 3. Has the Yuan clan gone mad? A civilian house near the North City Gate had been requisitioned and turned into the Central Army's headquarters. Xiang Tingchun paced back and forth anxiously in the hall, his body and face covered in bloodstains. He too had not returned home once since the beginning of the battle and was basically on wall duty around the clock. Tell me, what exactly are they plotting? Even if they capture Payang County, what then? Could it be that they plan to bypass the Huta mountain range and lay siege to Inding Prefecture? That was absolutely impossible. Looking at the sand table, Inding Prefecture was located southeast of Payang County, with the Huta mountain range in between. Even if Payang County was captured, it was not possible to cross the mountains and go directly to Inding Prefecture, as it would be impossible to transport supplies and horses through there. To reach Inding Prefecture, one would have to take a detour to Hong Kong Prefecture in the southwest of Payang, and then capture Hong Kong Prefecture to get to Inding Prefecture. Such a roundabout route was utterly pointless and unnecessary. Unless, and Ding Prefecture's Great Wall had already fallen. The barbarian army maneuvering around the city could then move to the rear of Hong Kong Prefecture. Attacking Hong Kong Prefecture from both front and rear in conjunction with the tribe at Shi River, they could capture Hong Kong Prefecture in one fell swoop, thereby cutting off the surrounding prefectures and towns and isolating in Ding Prefecture. Once that was achieved, they could proceed with the siege. The risk was great, but this was the only logic that made sense. And all of this depended on a prerequisite: the breaching of Ding Prefecture's Great Wall. Connecting this to what County Magistrate Xue had implied about time being short, Household's Commander Xiong, having understood the situation, Chan Sansi quickly spoke, "Please send someone immediately to Ding Prefecture to find out the state of the battle." "You mean to say Ding Prefecture is in danger? If that's the case, won't Payang County City become like a turtle caught in a jar?" Xiang Tingchuan's expression was stern as he immediately ordered, "Zhao Kong, carry out Mr. Chen's instructions swiftly." "Yes." Another 3 days passed. The Shi River tribe did not attack again, standing still, obviously waiting for reinforcements. As a result, Payang County remained eerily quiet for several days. Chan Sansi consumed the third mysterious primordial bone-tempering pill and cultivated using the efficacy of spiritual grain. Cultivation technique: Undying Golden Snake Spear Upper. Small achievement. Progress: 1559/2000. It was only in the past few days. Once he finished the pills, he would be able to reach bone forging perfection. Apart from that, he also continually practiced archery day and night. Skill: Archery. Small achievement. Progress: 808/1000. If another siege were to take place, he could even break through to great success. On the 4th day, Zhao Kong, the scout sent out to gather intelligence, finally returned. "Sir!" Zhao Kong rushed in, covered in dust and dirt from his haste and fatigue, tripping and falling to the ground. He struggled to rise. "Sir, what Chan Sansi predicted is true. From the postal station, we've lost contact with Ding Prefecture since 6 days ago. I traveled day and night non-stop. Halfway there, I encountered fleeing refugees. After questioning them, I learned that 7 days prior, Ding Prefecture's Great Wall had been breached, and 50,000 of the barbarian Iron Cavalry had invaded. Currently, Ding Prefecture has fallen back to defend the city walls of the prefecture city, refusing to venture out. The barbarian forces have surrounded the city for a prolonged siege without success. It's very likely they'll divide their troops and make a stealth attack on the rear of Hong Kong Prefecture. Once they capture Hong Kong Prefecture, they could cut off Ding Prefecture's food supply routes, and the entire Yunzhou might fall. Boom! This information struck everyone's hearts like thunder. It meant that Payang County was hardly likely to receive any reinforcements or supplies, leaving 900 men to face a siege by tens of thousands of enemy forces. "Are you certain?" Ji Guangxian found it hard to believe. Ding Prefecture is easy to defend and hard to attack. How could it fall so quickly? Chapter 96. Bone Forging Perfection. "Mr. Chan, you speak." Xiang Tingchun habitually cast a glance. "Send a message to Hong Kong Prefecture at top speed." Chan Sansi gazed at the sand table and said in a deep voice, "The current situation has Ding Prefecture, where most of Yunzhou's forces are stationed, under siege. Only Hong Kong Prefecture might still be able to send reinforcements." "It's no use." Xiang Tingchun shook his head. "Well before the Shi River tribe sent troops to attack Payang, I had already written to Hong Kong Prefecture. They said they are the last line of defense in Yunzhou. Unless there's an order, they won't send a single soldier or scout elsewhere. Under these circumstances, by the time the battle report reaches the capital city Ministry of War and orders are issued from there, who knows how long it will take. How could it possibly be in time? That was then, this is now." Chan Sansi spoke. "Now that Ding Prefecture is besieged, once Payang County falls, Hong Kong Prefecture will be facing enemies on both sides. If we explain the gravity of the situation to them, how could they not help at all? We can only try." Xiang Tingchun nodded. "Who among you will go?" I'll go. Wang Ji stepped forward. I'm acquainted with the commander of the Hong Kong Prefectural Guards. If I talk to him, I could at least muster 1,000 men, no 2,000. Chen Sansi remembered this incident. Fatty Wang had twice gone to the prefecture city to visit relatives, each time staying for 10 days to half a month. Unexpectedly, he wasn't visiting Anding Prefecture but Hong Kong Prefecture. Good. Xiang Tingchun patted his shoulder hard. 100 households Wang. The safety of tens of thousands of people in Pyong is now relying on you. Wang Ji didn't waste words and grabbed his MO blade, turning to leave. Senior Sister Sunday. Chun Sansi looked at Sun Li. Is there any news from the governor mansion? Sun Li shook her head. That shouldn't be. Chun Sansi muttered to himself. The existence of Han Chung showed that Sun Dusher at least knew most of Pyang's situation. How could there be no action at all? It looked like the situation in the northwest 3 states was even more critical. Brothers, don't be disheartened. Xiang Tingchuan's voice was loud and clear. During Grand Ancestors' Wars of Unification, General Yin defended Pu City with merely 7,000 men, while the enemy forces numbered 130,000. Do you think he held out for 7 days or 70 days? Neither. He defended for a full 7 months, annihilated 120000 of the enemy, and successfully bought enough time for the Grand Ancestor to unify the Central Plains, leading to today's great dashing. We have plenty of food and resources, including the fresh recruits. We still have over 1,000 people, and with the help of the civilians, what is there to fear from a mere 10,000 enemy soldiers? Chen Sansi had read about this battle. The Battle of Pu City was one of the 3 most important battles during the establishment of the Shang dynasty. In his memory, there was a similar battle in history referred to as Zhang Sun's defense of Suiyang. Pyong County, although it was just a county, had very well-built city walls because it was a border town. If they could mobilize all the civilians in the city, it might not be impossible to hold out for 2 to 3 months. And with the reinforcements that Wang Ji was bringing, there was still much hope. What Chen Sansi was truly worried about was not knowing what County Magistrate Shui, or rather, the old emperor was planning to do. The Witch God sect would also send experts above the Hua Jin level. The chaos was likely to arise from within. After everything was arranged, everyone dispersed to their respective posts to stand guard. Little junior brother. Sun Li climbed up on the rampart and sat beside him. Don't you want to take a look at Sister Lan? With senior sister taking care of her, there's no need. Chun Sansi had 70 or 80 men under his command, none of whom had gone home. If he didn't set a good example, how could he have the audacity to lead them into risking their lives? Don't worry, I've rented a house specially. Sister Lan is very safe. Sun Li glanced at Su Bin nearby and informed, also, your family is safe, mother and daughter alike. Thank you, Miss Sun. Upon hearing this, Su Bin's expression brightened, and he became even more energetic in standing guard. The next day, Feng Yong and others were rushing around, mobilizing the civilians throughout the city to help strengthen the defenses. It goes without saying that the refugees from the countryside were very diligent. The ordinary civilians in the city who could fend for themselves also did not shy away, earnestly doing anything they were asked. In the end, just from the gathered civilians, there were over 5,000. Various local gentry and elders, however, refused to exert any effort, offering only donations of money and food, and still said that defending the city was their duty, and dying on the city walls was only natural. As for the disciples of the martial arts hall, they avoided it whenever they could, and only begrudgingly took to the task when they had no other choice. Some even went so far as to think that with the city's fall being an inevitable event, they attempted to kill the gatekeepers in order to flee the city at night, but all were immediately executed on the spot. These people had been practicing martial arts for many years. Normally, they were good at oppressing civilians, but asking them to lay down their lives was utterly out of the question. After several days of high tension among the city's people, the Shi River tribe completed their reinforcements and launched another fierce attack. On the city walls, Lai Zi clung tightly to Chun Sansi's side, holding the arrow bag for him. Little Shancher, if you run out, just tell uncle. Uncle will get more for you. You just make sure to keep Uncle safe. Chun Sansi had no time to pay him any attention, continuously drawing the bowstring, killing one after another who were climbing up the siege ladders. When he couldn't kill them fast enough, he used his right hand to wield a spear and his left hand a sword. An entire morning passed. He had no idea how many arrows he had fired or how many people he had killed. Finally, the long silent archery panel floated into view. Skill, archery, great success. Progress, 0/2000. Utility, instantaneous firing of arrows, within 300 steps. No arrow will miss. From shooting 3 arrows in a flash to firing arrows in an instant. An instant is 0.36 seconds. That is to say, he could now fire about 3 arrows in 1 second. He had already surpassed the limit of an ordinary person. Moreover, after reaching great success, his archery could still be improved. But that wasn't something to consider on the battlefield. Chun Sansi lifted his 15-stone bow, positioning it blocking the scaling ladders. His arm, pulling the bowstring, became a blur, and the arrows nearly formed a continuous black line. Unless the enemies carried thick iron shields, as many as came would die. How can you use them up so fast? Uncle Lai Zi lay prostrate on the ground, dodging flying arrows and stones, incessantly crawling back and forth to fetch arrow bags. Uncle Lai Zi, hurry up! Chun Sansi pierced 2 men with 1 spear, only continuing after the arrow bag was delivered to him. Thud! An assault chariot even larger than before successfully reached the city wall under the cover of a mass of troops. A barbarian general wielding a huge axe chopped down 5 defending soldiers with a wave of his hand. From the exquisite full-body armor he wore, he must have been a general, and with his striking moves being exceptionally swift and fierce, he was likely one of the 3 at the refining internal stage. Clang! Before Chun Sansi could draw his bow and shoot an arrow, a blade flashed and clashed against the giant axe in a struggle. Chun 100 households! Xiang Tingchun roared. Leave him to me. Watch my back. 2 at the refining internal stage were fighting desperately, each requiring full effort. Amidst such chaos, there was a chance of being sneak attacked by a martial artist above the bone-forging realm. Chun Sansi turned the direction of his bow and arrow, aiming at the assault chariot, a 1-man barrier impenetrable by thousands. After dozens of exchanges, Xiang Tingchun managed to decapitate the refining internal barbarian general at the cost of light wounds. He then joined Chun Sansi to defend the same spot, and together they killed innumerable enemies. This round of the siege lasted from morning until afternoon. The barbarians, realizing they couldn't take the wall, had no choice but to sound the retreat. Both sides suffered heavy losses. After a brief tally, the barbarians lost at least 2,000 soldiers, including 1 at the refining internal stage. Pyong had over 600 dead, 500 of whom were civilians who came to help. The civilians, truly frail, had no choice but to fight to the death and rush forward, because they understood the principle that if the city falls, the people perish. Oh my heavens! Lai Zi lay in a pile of corpses. Usually, it's we who suffer the hardships. Now in war, we're still used as cannon fodder. In my next life, I'd rather be a rich man's dog than a poor man again. Night. Chun San left the blood-drenched city wall and found a secluded and quiet place nearby. He took the last Xian Yuan body-tempering pill, ready to make a breakthrough. Bone training had 4 stages: tendons, bones, skin, and marrow. Reaching bone-forging perfection was to refine marrow. Marrow is the core of human blood. All blood is derived from marrow. Only by refining the blood into the marrow, and creating new blood with the marrow to completely transform the body's blood, could one proceed to refine the internal organs. The medicine pills given by the old emperor weren't specifically for marrow refining but were for the entire bone training realm. Moreover, the medicine's power was vast and boundless, and it didn't harm the body. The speed at which it enhanced cultivation was second only to spiritual grain, truly a first-rate treasure medicine. As Chun Sansi moved the long spear in his hands, The dragon elephant blood within him changed from its initially burning turbulence to becoming more and more calm, its temperature dropping lower and lower until it was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. The essence within seeped through his bones, sinews, bone membrane, infusing layer by layer into his bones and finally seeping into his bone marrow, like a raging fire touching combustible material. Hiss! An excruciating heat ignited from within the bone marrow. Chun Sansi was in so much pain that veins bulged over his body, and even the long spear nearly slipped from his hands multiple times. His eyes turned red, and he ground his teeth nearly to the point of breaking, moving his spear technique at an excruciatingly slow pace. All the essence of his chi blood was absorbed. At this point, his chi blood was entirely like that of an ordinary person. Practicing his cultivation technique was an extremely painful ordeal. Nearing the end of the practice, Chun Sansi's vision darkened, and he lost all sense of where he was, what time it was, relying purely on muscle memory to continue the drill. After an unknown duration, the pain from his bone marrow finally stopped, and the old blood in his body was quickly overtaken and replaced by new blood, which ultimately coursed through his entire body. Cultivation technique. Undying golden snake spear upper. Great success. Progress. 0 to 0. Utility. Dragon elephant blood. 9 dragon living veins. Vajra body. Vajra body. Copper skin iron bone. Impervious to sword and spear. Unaffected by water and fire. Copper skin iron bone. Even Chun Sansi felt a momentary weakness, collapsing onto the ground with spear in hand. But as the new dragon elephant blood circulated, he recovered to peak condition within a few breaths, and even the fatigue from the battlefield was swept away. He circulated his chi blood, and every inch of his body, from head to toe, became terrifyingly hard. Running the Jinyue sword lightly across his skin, it emitted a grating sound of metal scraping against metal. Yet under these conditions, his body's movements weren't hindered at all, which was simply inconceivable. He was confident that, if he were to stand here now and let a martial artist at the blood-refining great success lash out wildly, his skin wouldn't even break for a short time. As long as his chi blood was sufficient, he would be an utterly terrifying killing machine on the battlefield. Chapter 97: The Death of Xiang Tingchun. After 2 days of brutal siege battles, the combined efforts of the city's soldiers and civilians managed to stubbornly hold the fort. Instead, it was the barbarians who suffered the loss of another 2,000 troops and a refining organ general. Additionally, with countless siege weapons destroyed, they had no choice but to cease their drumbeats of war and dared not attack for several days. Surveying the overall situation, the barbarians now had only 6,000 soldiers left, while Pyong held 600 troops and 3,000 commoners willing to risk their lives. These commoners were just ordinary people. If it had been an open battle between two armies, they would certainly have been cannon fodder. But in a siege, all they needed to do was handle logistics, repair the city walls, or even serve as human shields. If they could just slow the barbarians' ascent, giving the soldiers time to react, it would be enough. The barbarians didn't dare launch another assault for the time being. Of the 6,000 they had left, half were cavalry. As long as the city walls stood, the cavalry was just for show. Next, barring any unforeseen incidents, holding out until Wang Zhi's return would mean the siege of Pyong could be broken easily. Chun Sansi could scarcely imagine it. The largest credit for this victory actually belonged to the common people. Open the granaries and distribute grains. There was plenty of food in the military stores. After seeing the role the civilians played, Xiang Tingchun grew fond of the idea of exchanging the cheapest lives for the greatest benefit and continued to forcibly conscript anyone who could hold a weapon, sending them all to the city walls. He was in high spirits and gathered the military officers of households rank and above on the wall, pouring drinks for each. My brothers, this time in lifting the siege of Pyong, everyone has performed a great service. Once this battle is over, a hefty reward is assured, not to mention promotions and honors. He, quite right. Dressed in a red official robe, Ji Guangxian said. If the crown prince hears that, on the frontier of our great dashing, there exists such a courageous group of warriors, he will surely treat us with favor, The main credit, of course, goes to Household's Commander Xiang. Congratulations! Ha ha ha, Magistrate Ji. Though a civil servant, you have shared life and death with our city walls. That too is a great service, Xiang Tingchun said as he filled his cup too. Clearly, the standoff had dissolved whatever misgivings the two men had held. Atop the city wall, while the officials laughed and drank, congratulating each other in advance on their promotions, the ragged civilians were either busily moving bodies back and forth, repairing walls, or sitting numbly on the ground, eating the hard-earned rice. The battle wasn't even over, yet they were already popping the champagne? Chun Sansi had no mood to partake in such premature celebrations. After perfunctorily drinking a bowl of wine, he turned to help move the bodies. That night, for the first time since the battle began, Xiang Tingchun found a moment to return home and see his wife. He removed his heavy armor, hugged his young son, and said, "You don't have to be afraid anymore. The fighting is almost over." "Really?" His wife, Madame Lu, said anxiously. "Why does my heart keep pounding non-stop? Won't the barbarians send more men over?" "Do you think the barbarians can just mold their soldiers out of mud?" Xiang Tingchun snorted. 10,000 troops were already exceedingly strange. There's absolutely no chance they can reinforce in the short term. Even if they forced an extra 2,000 men, it would do no good unless they gave up the main battlefield in Liangzhou, which would result in immediate counterattack and can only be equated to seeking death. "I'm just a housewife. How can I understand these things?" Madame Lu patted her chest. "It's good if the master says there's nothing to worry about." Once the battle is over, I'm likely to be transferred." Xiang Tingchun spoke slowly. "The credit I've earned this time might even be enough to get assigned directly to the prosperous Jiangnan prefecture city." "That would be wonderful," Madame Lu exclaimed joyfully. "We can finally leave this forsaken place where we've been living in constant fear. Not to mention, our child doesn't even have a decent private tutor here. How could he possibly succeed in the imperial exams?" Xiang Tingchun picked up his bowl and chopsticks, ready to have a meal before leaving. It was at this moment that a maid came in to report. Master Luo would like to see you." "What does he want?" While holding his still young son, Xiang Tingchun said without even looking up, "What's the matter? They're not attacking again, are they?" "Master, it's about the martial arts hall." Luo Dongquan spoke in a fluster. That old fox Liang Shengji, who was originally in charge of guarding the southern gate, took advantage of the moment when the barbarians were temporarily repelled to open the city gate and flee with his family. It seems he's heading to Hong Kong prefecture. "Flee!" Xiang Tingchun slammed down his chopsticks. "The old bastard, sick of living. Once there's one leader of desertion, there will be a second." Such a situation was absolutely not allowed to happen. Xiang Tingchun immediately donned his armor, grabbed his saber, mounted his warhorse, and rushed to the city gate with Luo Dongquan. How many of them? Only 7 or 8 people with a cart full of gold, silver, and jewels. They're also pulling a carriage, so they shouldn't have gotten far. I've already sent men to chase after them. Maybe they've already been intercepted. Good. Hang their dog heads on the city wall. Let's see who else dares to run. Xiang Tingchun's killing intent surged. The situation had escalated to this point. There was no need to consider any background or status. Deserting in the face of the enemy, even Ji Guangxian would support his actions. The two of them, one after the other, chased wildly for 5 miles after opening the city gate. Sure enough, a carriage was seen ahead. Liang Shengji. Deserting in battle is a capital offense. Xiang Tingchun quickly overtook the carriage and blocked the road ahead. "Mr. Xiang." Liang Shengji lifted the carriage curtain and coldly said, "Privately hoarding the immortal treasure is the real capital offense." "What did you say?" Xiang Tingchun's expression turned stern. The sound of horse hooves arose from all around. 3 riders emerged from the darkness, blocking the way back. "Magistrate Shui?" Xiang Tingchun narrowed his eyes. "What is this supposed to mean?" "Xiang Tingchun." "Shui," Yuping called out in a cold voice. Hand over the immortal treasure, and you may keep your corpse intact. The immortal treasure? Xiang Tingchun took a deep breath, looking towards the carriage. Liang Shengji, have you gone mad? Seeking mutual destruction with me? Liang Shengji shouted. Cut the crap! Even if you used the immortal treasure to blackmail us, killing my son and monopolizing the secret of the immortal treasure, I will not share the sky with you. Your son. Xiang Tingchun didn't bother to explain, but instead said with a bitter smile, I say the immortal treasure is not in my hands. Do you believe me, Magistrate Shui? What do you think? Shui Yuping looked towards Han Chang and Tang Ming by his side. Since Mr. Xiang refuses to save face, let's help him save face. Xiang Tingchun slowly drew out his He Miao long sword. Household's Commander Xiang. Luo Dongquan urgently said, it might be better to just hand over the item. They are sent by the court. Even if we kill them, we probably can't keep the immortal treasure a secret anymore. Hand it over, our families might still have a way to survive. Ha 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 ha. Xiang Tingchun let out a strange laugh. Luo Dongquan, I would have never expected, after 20 years of nurturing you. It's you who sold me out in the end. Mr. Xiang. Luo Dongquan responded in confusion. What do you mean by that? That's enough, old Luo. Xiang Tingchun's voice turned icy as he ran the He Miao long sword slowly over his wrist guard. Stop pretending. Take action. Before leaving the city, Luo Dongquan had said he had already sent people to intercept. Where are they? Not a single soldier in sight. What does this imply if it still needs to be said? Nurturing. Luo Dongquan no longer disguised his intentions and said with a forced smile. Mr. Xiang, you once asked me a question. After the start of spring, how many of us would still be alive? That includes me, doesn't it? In Mr. Xiang's eyes, everyone is just a stepping stone for you to climb higher. Even I'm no exception. Given that, why maintain any pretense of kindness or justice? Take action. Chapter 98 Mastery of Commanding Soldiers and Skills. The next day, the Shi River tribe outside the city didn't attack again. Instead, they dispersed their troops and set up camps in the 4 directions: east, west, south, and north, around Piyang County, forming a siege. If the city could not be taken by storm, a siege would also be useless. To encircle an enemy must be done with a gap, leaving them a survival path. Forcing them to abandon the city and flee was a classic tactic in siege warfare. The barbarians' relentless pressure would only force the people within the city into a cornered beasts fight. But at this critical moment, Piyang City Commander Xiang Tingchun disappeared. Mr. Chan, what do you think happened? Ji Guangxin paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. Out of the blue, how could a grown man just vanish? At his side, an old slave practicing the refining organ's skill quietly waited. I do not know. Chun Sansi speculated in his heart. The immortal treasure matter must have come to light, most likely. Mr. Xiang, more likely than not, is in grave danger. However, someone like him, who never cared for others' lives, doesn't warrant any pity. My lord, we've found out. Dan Yuanji hurriedly ascended the city wall. Last night at midnight, as the darkness fell, someone opened the south gate and fled. Xiang Tingchun rode out alone in pursuit, encountered an ambush by the barbarian tribes outside the city, and Mr. Xiang died in battle. Only Luo Qianhu and a few surviving riders managed to escape back shortly before now. Luo Dongquan, this man also took part and managed to come back alive? A backstabbing? Well, this person is not only treacherous but also a turncoat. Chun Sansi sneered in his heart. He clenched his iron fist, beginning to plan how to dispose of them next. With Xiang Tingchun gone, Luo Dongquan would automatically rise to the position of main general. How could he sleep at night if the man didn't die? Mastered in archery and blessed with a Vajra body, he might stand a chance in a real fight. And if by chance something were to go wrong, Chun Sansi lowered his head, looking at the fire arrows in the arrow bag at his waist. There was also the abnormal fire as a trump card. But that move absolutely must not be used lightly. Especially not in the city, where there are too many prying eyes. Timing is everything. Chun Sansi momentarily suppressed his killing intent and went below the city wall to perform a routine headcount of his men. 280 men. Wang Ji was absent, having left all his subordinates in Chen's charge before leaving. Furthermore, every time a household died in battle, Xiang Tingchun would redistribute the soldiers evenly among the remaining households. So Chen's numbers only grew. They had been hardened by battle with bloodshot eyes, each one as brave as tigers and wolves. Even if some had lower realms, not a single one was a coward. There was more. Over 500 strong and able-bodied civilians also wanted to join the military. Knowing that whether the city fell or not, they would have to enter the battlefield, why not practice martial arts directly, receive some military provisions, and have a formal role? And not just that. This group of people also all wanted to follow Chin Sansi. Gentlemen, as a 6th-rank official, I really can't take in so many of you. My lord, we will be useful. We won't just eat for free, please take us in. The crowd shouted in unison. With Mr. Chun, we feel secure. Indeed, the civilians said, following Mr. Chun, at least there will be someone who remembers our names. Even if we die in the future, it won't be in vain. With the enemy at the gates, it is not a time to strictly adhere to rules. Chun Sansi commanded, Wang Li, you are in charge of teaching them cultivation techniques. As long as their talent is good, provide enough medicine for their blood-refining realm. Yes, Wang Li accepted the command. Indeed, ever since the beginning of the siege. During downtime, they had started teaching civilians pile work, some of whom even barely qualified as martial artists. With not much time required, they could train a group of array soldiers. During peaceful times, households might hide this knowledge, not sharing the breathing skill without pay for at least 2 or 3 years of hard labor. But war changed everything. Chun Sansi continued, Su Wen Kai, Su Bin, you must train the cavalry formation well, to be prepared for any emergency. Recently, the original cavalry of the households had to guard the city walls and suffered heavy casualties. The leaderless warhorses they left behind had all been taken by Chun Sansi for his men's training, uniformly following the same small car suspension array used on the grassland, with 10 men in each team. The small car suspension array was the simplest and most basic version of the big car suspension formation. The true big car suspension formation could simultaneously control thousands of cavalry. Even when scaled down, at least 200 men were required to form it up, an amount of men and horses they could just barely muster now. But any formation needs time for practice, especially something as complicated as the car suspension formation, which includes several types of troops such as spearmen, sword soldiers, and archers. It required not only flexible movement but also precise coordination among all participants. Given the dire current circumstances, naturally, the simpler the training of the formation, the better to ensure its swift deployment. Having made arrangements, Su Wenkai immediately began to implement them. It wasn't long before a panel appeared before Chen Sansi, who was on top of the wall. Due to frequent real combat, his proficiency in commanding soldiers had rapidly improved. Engrossed in breaking through his own realm and defending the city against enemies, he had nearly forgotten that his martial skill in commanding soldiers was also on the verge of a breakthrough. Skill: commanding soldiers, proficient. Progress: 0/1000. Utility: mainstay, training soldiers skillfully. Training soldiers skillfully. Any military array can be quickly mastered. Quick mastery: to train an elite troop not only requires funds, provisions, and medicine but also extensive time and effort. Especially for large or complex formations, if they are not practiced day and night with every detail finely tuned, they can't be used effectively in combat. But with the ability for quick mastery, the nature of training changes completely. There's no need to practice the small arrays anymore. Chun Sansi immediately went to the base of the city walls, which had been temporarily transformed into a martial arts arena. Switch to training the big car suspension formation. If there aren't enough people, scale it down proportionally. The big formation? Su Wenkai was slightly puzzled. Are you sure, Mr. Chun? I'll do it myself. Chun Sansi mounted his white swan horse and took personal command of the training. Under his direction, in just 6 days, the car suspension formation was trained to operate smoothly, and in another 5 days or so, taking it to the battlefield would be no problem at all. From among the several hundred civilians, 200 array soldiers and 10 military soldiers were reselect. The rest who did not master the techniques still benefited from the training in terms of fitness, gaining the strength in their arms. As a result, the defensive force inside Pyong City grew more robust amidst the barbarian siege. Facing 6,000 barbarians, holding the city was entirely feasible. Greetings, Mr. Chun. Arriving at the space that served as a temporary martial arts arena, hundreds of people shouted in unison. Chun Sansi nodded. Looking over the neatly organized ranks, he felt what it meant to have united wills as strong as fortified walls. Just then, his skill in commanding soldiers surged once more. Sinking formation death will. Having fought in bloody battles for more than a month, always leading the soldiers from the front and being the first to shed blood in every encounter, you have inspired your subordinates to the extent that they are all willing to follow you to the death. Follow to the death. Chun Sansi was involuntarily taken aback. As he looked again at the steadfast gaze of the hundreds before him, for a moment, he didn't quite know how to describe his feelings. These people were willing to follow him unto death? And the sinking formation death will entry clearly wasn't just due to proficiency levels on his panel, but rather it was the result of his own lead-by-example approach, coupled with the life and death experiences they shared over time. It was effective only with this group of people. That meant, from this moment on, Chun Sansi had his first batch of fiercely loyal subordinates. But in his heart, there wasn't much excitement, more a sense of responsibility. These were all human lives. They were willing to die following him. Therefore, as their general, each command he gave had to be the utmost within his abilities, in order to be worthy of the trust placed in him and to have a clear conscience. Su Wen Kai, continue to train them. After laying the groundwork, Chun Sansi continued to delegate the command to Su Wen Kai. The formation's progress wasn't delayed at all, proving that the old scholar indeed had some skills. He approached Sun Li. Senior Sister Sun, could I borrow your Red Lotus saber technique to study? Now, he had reached bone forging perfection, but lacked a refining organ skill. Sun Buki was still far from refining internal, not even knowing the follow-up content of his own flying snake wind gun technique, let alone the undying golden snake spear. Trapped within the city, there was no telling when he would be able to leave and acquire a new technique. Better to practice the saber technique for now. It's better than doing nothing.
Saber technique?
I don't have the technique with me, but I can teach you, however. Sun Li didn't refuse. She looked at the bow on Chun Sansi's back, the spear in his hand, and the sword at his waist, teasingly asked, Are you sure you can handle it all? Do I have anything else to practice? Chun Sansi said helplessly. Sun Li reminisced. There was a time when my father was like you, practicing all kinds of cultivation techniques every day. Chun Sansi asked, Did Supervisor Sun ever mention what the use was in practicing different cultivation techniques?
No.
Sun Buki took over. Back then, my sister and I were very young. We just followed him around everywhere. Saw a lot, so it left a deep impression. If I remember correctly, Sun Li pondered. That period was just before father was imprisoned in the imperial prison. Before imprisonment in the imperial prison. That was also before the breakthrough to Martial Saint. Chun Sansi's interest was piqued. Did you guys ever ask him later what was the point of practicing so many techniques? We asked. Sun Buki spread his hands. He said he was bored. Chun Sansi knew further inquiry was a waste of time, but he felt even more that there was a connection between reaching above Martial Saint and cultivating various techniques. His enthusiasm thus increased. He immediately sought Sun Li's instruction, memorizing all the pile work and moves, and then began practicing. Another exhilarating quick training session followed. 5 days later, the saber technique also rapidly progressed to bone forging perfection. His chi blood was still slightly stronger. Other than that, if forced to say, it was getting to understand another type of weapon, which would allow him to handle enemies proficient in saber use more effortlessly in the future. It was on this day that Wang Ji returned. He was covered in blood. Of the 8 people he led out, only 2 remained. Clearly, they had encountered small barbarian cavalry forces on their way back to the city. How did it go? At the city gate, everyone gathered around him. The barbarians have circled around to Hong Kong Prefecture and started laying siege. Wang Ji, looking much thinner, took a large gulp from the water bag handed to him. But Commander Ma has still sent 1,000 horsemen. I took a shortcut back. They will need another 5 days to arrive. In 5 days, the siege of Pyong will be lifted. Upon hearing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. 5 days. Chun Sansi looked out at the barbarians in all directions outside the city, feeling increasingly that something was amiss. Surrounded but not attacking. Felt like they were waiting for something. Mr. Chen. Han Chung approached. County Magistrate Shui requests your presence. Chapter 99. Life and Death Decision. Distinctly different from the chaos and ruin elsewhere in the city, the county magistrate's residence was a haven of tranquility and harmony. In a side room, not only was a table full of food and drinks prepared, but 2 singers from Spring Pavilion had been invited, one to play music and the other to dance. Shui Yuping stood at the door waiting. Mr. Chan, please. County Magistrate Shui does enjoy his leisure and elegance. Chan Sansi sat down. Do you have any orders for me? Try the food first. Shui Yuping spoke slowly. There's no rush to discuss matters until Household's Commander Tang returns. Deliberately, Chan Sansi used his filthy hands to grab food from every dish on the table. Shui Yuping put down his chopsticks, his appetite gone. Having been in the military for so long, I've grown increasingly unrefined. Surely you don't mind, right? Chun Sansi spoke with his mouth dripping with oil. Shui Yuping said calmly, Of course not. Mr. Chun has worked hard defending the city. Please help yourself. About half an hour later, Tang Ming rushed in, County Magistrate Shui. The entire family of Xiang Tingchun, old and young alike, have been tortured to death, and still the whereabouts of the immortal treasure remain unknown. Mr. Xiang. Chan Sansi feigned ignorance. County Magistrate Shui. What is this about? No need to panic, Mr. Chin. We have discussed the matter of the immortal treasure before. Shui Yuping continued calmly. The investigation concluded that Xiang Tingchun was secretly concealing the whereabouts of the immortal treasure. It's a crime that traditionally results in the execution of the entire family, and he deserved more than death. Household's Commander Tang, please continue. Household's Commander? Is this person from the military? No, that's not right. Chen Sansi thought of another organization that used such a title. Genie Guard. In the Genie Guard, could someone who has achieved great success of refining only hold the rank of 100 households? Tang Ming frowned. There's also Golden Bell Temple. We've dug 3 feet into the ground and found nothing. It's time for us to leave. The Witch God sect will arrive in 2 days, and the city massacre and blood sacrifice will begin soon. Not a single soul will be spared. A city massacre and blood sacrifice? It seems there are not just immortals here, but demons as well. Chan Sansi finally understood why in recent days the Shi River tribe had surrounded but not attacked. They were waiting for the Witch God sect, and possibly more armies were coming with them. Sir. He spoke from the perspective of a military officer defending the city, saying what someone of his position should. The Witch God sect intends to slaughter the city. Is the court not sending reinforcements? Of course. The court wishes to send rescue. Shui Yuping said regretfully. But the key to Yunzhou lies in the 3 prefectures of Stability, Tranquility, and Lingfeng. As long as these 3 do not fall, we can win back the land sooner or later. If necessary, even Hong Kong Prefecture can be abandoned. Mr. Chun, you should pack your belongings. Tonight, at the hour of the rat, you will leave with us. Leave? Chan Sansi asked. County Magistrate Shui, do you mean to abandon the city? No, 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 no. Shui Yuping said 5 consecutive no-s. They will continue to defend. Mr. Chan, you will depart silently with us, by yourself. What I mean is, just you alone. Alone? Chan Sansi asked gravely. County Magistrate Shui, I still have my wife and subordinates in the city. How could I possibly leave alone? Mr. Chen, Shui Yuping said solemnly. His Majesty has only ordered you to leave, not anyone else. As for your wife, surely you've heard the saying a wife is like clothing? Is your mother like clothing? Chun Sansi was furious, but he didn't voice it. By this point, how could he not see that the court was planning to abandon the entirety of Pyong? Mr. Chun, I have spoken all there is to say. Shui Yuping continued. At the hour of midnight tomorrow, we will leave this place at full speed. If you insist on bringing a burden, then you may as well stay and continue defending the city. Remember, alone. Households Han, please see our guest out. Stepping out of the residence. Chun Sansi's thoughts were heavy, replaying the conversation in his mind, grasping the key information. So, the court intends to only defend the 3 prefectures of Stability, Tranquility, and Lingfeng, and abandon the rest? From the map, these 3 form a strategic triangle. As long as the 3 prefectures hold, the foundation of Yunzhou remains, and once the northwest 3 states are free, they can retake the lost territory. But during this period, what about the rest of Yunzhou, including 12 other prefectures? Are they to be left for the barbarians to slaughter and fulfill their so-called blood sacrifice? Moreover, how could they be so certain that the northwest 3 states will be available and that those 3 will not be conquered? It seems as if the barbarians and the court are in suspiciously perfect harmony. A terrifying thought suddenly took root in Chun Sansi's mind. He looked at Han Chang, who followed him out. Guard Han, are you with Supervisor Sun?
Han Sheng affirmed.
Then I will ask you, Chun Sansi continued, what exactly are they planning? I don't have full understanding either. Han Chang said, frowning. I only know that this has been planned for a long time, and to avoid drawing Supervisor Sun's attention, they deliberately did not send high-level martial artists to Pyong, including the Emperor. For the search of the immortal treasure, only 2 genie guard 100 households were brought with County Magistrate Shui for undercover investigation. They are quite afraid of Supervisor Sun. Chun Sansi nodded. This would explain why, for something as important as the immortal treasure, they dared not send real experts, but just enough military force that a county should have, presumably to prevent Supervisor Sun from intervening and ruining their plans. Seems now, they might have succeeded.
Guad Han.
Chun Sansi inquired, what actions are we to take? Has Supervisor Sun said anything? He hasn't. Han Chang gently shook his head. My connection with the Governor Mansion is delayed. The last time was when you made contributions on the grassland. According to the supervisor's original words, you should just ensure your own safety. Everything else is none of your concern. Ensure my own safety? Chun Sansi paused. You mean you want me to obediently follow orders and leave alone? Have you ever thought about Sun Li and Sun Buki, who are also in the city? If what Magistrate Shui said just now is true, wouldn't they also die here? The supervisor didn't instruct on that matter. Han Chung scratched his head, starting to stutter. I don't know what to do. In any case, if you want to live, then just do as told. To live. Chun Sansi fully understood the purpose of the poison wine. If he obediently followed orders and left alone, even if he was involved in a secret mission, he might later have the opportunity to be nurtured as a trusted confidant. Otherwise, there were only 2 outcomes. 1, die under the so-called blood sacrifice of the barbarians. 2, die from the poison 3 months later. No, there was no need for that long. Having learned so many secrets, if he didn't obediently follow through tomorrow night, he was 90% sure he would be executed on the spot. The poisoned wine was just the last resort. Kill. Chun Sansi offered a straightforward suggestion. Can't we just kill them? Han Chang still shook his head. Tang Ming has reached great success of refining internal, and I am completely no match for him. and Magistrate Shui also has another refining internal under his command. You're referring to Luo Dongquan, aren't you? Chun Sansi guessed. I can handle him, but are you really unable to defeat Tang Ming? He's capable of fighting two of me? Han Chang held up his fingers. Don't look at me like that. The selection of people for this mission was extremely harsh. It's already good that someone could mix in, let alone being picky about higher realms. So it was indeed a dead end. Not to mention not being able to beat them. Even if he could win, if he killed the magistrate, the emperor would definitely find a way to kill him afterwards. Could Supervisor Sun really protect him then? Chun Sansi didn't want to entrust his fate into someone else's hands, unless there was another force that took action to kill the magistrate. In that case, he could completely extricate himself. He could take people away and not be resented by the emperor. If you can't bear to leave your wife behind, I can say a few words for you, Han Qing said. As long as you can assure Magistrate Shui you won't drag your feet, he might agree to let you take her away. All right, I can't stay with you for too long or they will become suspicious. If you have anything else to say, meet me in the horse stable on the east side of the city wall after midnight tonight. With those words, he disappeared. Chun Sansi, with a heavy heart, returned to his post on the city wall. Tonight, during the last watch, he had to make a decision on his future in such a short time. Sir, Su Wenkai cheerfully came over. I've considered over a dozen strategies to deal with the different changes in Pyong. Would you like to take a look? Sir. Good day, sir. Sir, this is an amulet my mother asked me to give you. She said as long as you're here, we have a way to live. Upon arriving at the city wall, one soldier after another began to speak, their tones full of respect. Sir, Subin held a piece of paper. This is a name that Su Wenkai came up with for my daughter. Which one do you think is good? Little junior brother. Sun Li came over with a long saber. How is your saber technique coming along? If you need my help, just say the word. Sansi, when you're free, teach me archery. Sun Buki said with a playful smile. Once I learn it, I can go home and let my old man say, one should always take a fresh look at others, even if only 3 days have passed, and save him the trouble of scolding me for being useless. Countless words drilled into his mind. Chun Sansi ignored them all as he walked past them, approaching the refugees squatting at the foot of the city wall. They had been working hard to defend the city. Even Shunzi's lame father was straining himself to move rocks. Last of all were the new recruits from the martial arts arena, who had joined the ranks not long ago after a fierce battle and were still sparring with each other. We've seen the sir. As Chun Sansi scanned them, names corresponding to the faces began to emerge one after another. Sinking formation death will. Even these people were willing to follow him to death. So, even if Magistrate Shui agreed to let him take Sister Lan away, was he really going to just run away like that? Maybe. After leaving, perhaps he would be reused by the old emperor, climbing ranks and amassing wealth, reaching the pinnacle of life. The downside might be having restless sleep for the latter half of his life, often dreaming of some familiar faces. Sometimes having too good a memory really isn't a good thing. I hate insomnia. Haven't I been studying martial arts all this time just to sleep peacefully? Chun Sansi's left hand unconsciously gripped the Jinyue sword tightly. If I go now, I really won't be able to sleep. And even if he really defected to the Dog Emperor, would he be safe? If the Emperor gave him poison wine once, wouldn't he possibly do it a second time? Was he supposed to spend his life cowering and living miserably under others? Must they force me into this? But what else could he do? He was too weak. At best he could deal with Luo Dongquan. But there was also another at the great success of refining. Who would kill him? And if they were killed, how would he clear the connections without the old emperor holding him accountable afterward? Chun Sansi's gaze fell on the crimson official robe, and an idea suddenly struck him. Chapter 100 Bone Training Kill Refining Internal. Su Wenkai. Chun Sansi grabbed the old scholar tightly. I have a mission concerning the lives of everyone in the city that I entrust to you. Can you handle it? Aye. Su Wenkai was startled but quickly nodded. Rest assured, sir. I, Walong, can handle it. Good. Chun Sansi whispered in his ear. Sir, Su Wen Kai, with tears brimming in his eyes, said, I will not fail the trust placed in me. Even at the risk of my life, I will not let any mistakes occur. Secrets not closely held are easily revealed. Chun Sansi did not tell a second person and, taking advantage of the heavy night, hurried to meet Han Chang at the horse grounds east of the city before midnight. The hour of the ox. The small south gate of the city wall silently opened. 3 riders came and waited on a forest path outside the city. The barbarian siege was not directly under the city walls but was set up in the open terrain. Due to limited numbers, it was not possible to completely seal off the area. There were still a few paths that a handful of people could use to break through and escape. Not to mention, among the 3 people, there were 2 refining organ martial artists. How much longer until the hour of the ox? Magistrate Xue sat on horseback. Tang Ming answered, half an incense stick's time. Ah, every one of you has such righteousness and loyalty. Xue Yuping said with a sneer. One wants to bring his wife, another wants to bring his nephew. With such burdens, how can you achieve anything great? Mr. Chun can be spared, as he has been ennobled and rewarded by imperial decree. But what is Luo Dongquan? Initially, Liang Shengji had taken the initiative to inform. Afterward, Xue Yuping sent people to covertly find Luo Dongquan, and commanded him to lure Xiang Tingchun out of the city with the promise of sparing his life in return. As for the Liang family, everyone, top to bottom, had been silenced. The rest of the martial arts halls involved in this matter had not yet been dealt with. But in 2 days' time, the barbarians would divert 30,000 troops from the main battlefield in Liangzhou, on top of which, experts from the Witch God sect would secretly arrive. By then, not a single soul in Piyang County would be spared.
Husse holds han.
Xue Yuping coldly commanded. Once we're safe, dispose of that Luo as well. What a pity. We still haven't found the immortal treasure. Otherwise, within 3 to 5 years, I could have joined the cabinet. This time, Elder Yen will be disappointed. Good. It really was Yen Liang's doing. In the darkness, a harsh voice rang out. Another 3 riders appeared silently. The person leading wore a crimson official robe, flanked by 1 person on each side. It was naturally Dan Yuanji and the old servant of the Ji family. They both wore armor and held weapons in hand. Ji Guangxian. Xue Yuping was surprised and said through clenched teeth, What are you doing here? I've come to settle accounts with you. Ji Guangxian, pointing at his nose with trembling voice, said, The city is under siege, yet you dare to kill Household's Commander Xiang, damaging our main general's family. This is tantamount to treason and colluding with the enemy. It's outrageous. Don't spout lies. Xue Yuping retorted. Xiang Tingchun himself went out of the city and was ambushed. What does that have to do with us? Bullshit. Ji Guangxian angrily said. I've just been there and seen that the entire family of 8 from Household's Commander Xiang, including a 5-year-old child, died at home. What, have the barbarians infiltrated the city and specifically targeted to kill only the main general's families? Your Yen party really has no conscience. Do you think you are any better? Xue Yuping no longer pretended and cursed. Pretending to be pure. But what really are you? Aren't you just trying to grasp power and control the government? Enough nonsense. Ji Guangxian said. Today the evidence is irrefutable. Taking you down marks the downfall of the traitorous official Yen Liang. You dare. Xue Yuping, fearing nothing, cupped his hands toward the direction of the capital city. Xiang Tingchun hoarded the immortal treasure, a crime deserving of death. What fault is there of ours? Immortal treasure? Ji Guangxian narrowed his eyes. Does that mean Magistrate Xue has already obtained the immortal treasure? Not yet. Bullshit. What exactly does your Yen party want to do? Ji Guangxian shouted loudly. The layout of the battle is so peculiar. I knew there was a problem. The Great Wall of Anding Prefecture, how could it possibly be breached so easily? Is it your Yen party's doing? Are you trying to collapse the great Shang dynasty? Shui Yuping, losing patience, said, "Let's do this. Take them all down. You have 2 refining organ martial artists, so do I." Ji Guangxin pulled back on his horse as 2 bodyguards stepped forward to engage. 2? Shui Yuping chuckled coldly, looking toward the direction of the city walls. Let alone the fact that no one present was a match for Tang Ming with great success of refining. He also had another one rushing over soon. Onward! Luo Dongquan spurred his horse frantically, with Song Yen closely following behind. "Uncle, where are we going?" "To escape." Luo Dongquan sighed deeply and muttered, "Xiang Tingchun was a fool. He was bewitched at the beginning, insisting on collaborating with the martial arts halls and concealing the matter of the immortal treasure. Now he has dragged me into this mess too. Take good care of the jade pendant I gave you. From here we part ways." Song Yen asked in confusion, "Uncle, am I not going with you?" "No, I've changed my mind." Luo Dongquan said, "I find this matter very strange. They're sneaking around as if they're hiding something major. The remaining 2 are genie guards. I, an outsider, am likely to be silenced if I get involved. After leaving the city, I'll follow them and say that I've given up on you. Head west overnight to distant relatives in Linjiang. If you don't receive a letter from me within 6 months, assume I'm dead. From then on, change your name and don't think about avenging me." "Uncle, let me go with you." "Scram!" Luo Dongquan drove the other person away. After leaving the city, he was about to head to the agreed location when suddenly, the sound of something sharp piercing the air rang beside his ear. The reaction speed of a refining organ martial artist made him instantly alert, and he leaped straight up from the back of his horse. Hiss! An armor-piercing arrow struck the battle horse, which tumbled and fell to the ground. Luo Dongquan was about to see who had launched the sneak attack when the sound of arrows rang out beside his ear again. Not just one, but a volley. Luo Dongquan swung his battle saber, creating afterimages as he chopped down the relentless arrows. Who the hell can draw a bow so fast? Anyone unaware would think they had encountered an entire squad of crossbowmen. "Is it you?" Following the direction of the incoming arrows, he saw a figure hidden in a tree afar. "Good, I'll kill you." Luo Dongquan's eyes were bloodshot as he cut through the arrows, swiftly closing in, until everything seemed to blur before him, feeling as if arrows filled the sky. He roared furiously, bursting forward with astonishing speed, almost becoming a blur. In the blink of an eye, he covered dozens of yards. Just when he was about to get close, a chill struck his thigh, and he almost lost his balance and fell. He had to burst forward a second time to regain his stability. Bang, bang, bang. In that brief pause, 3 more arrows struck him. Luckily, his saber blocks spared him from fatal wounds. 2 arrows passed through his shoulder, leaving behind translucent holes, and another arrow was lodged in his arm. At the cost of severe injuries, he finally closed the distance. His Himiao long sword slashed furiously, aiming straight for his opponent's face. Clang! A long spear collided with the saber blade, sparking a dazzling fire in the darkness. Both retreated several steps, widening the gap between them. Before Luo Dongquan could steady himself, the sound of the bowstring, like a nightmare, attacked once more. He had to swing his saber again to block. This terrifying rate of arrow release made it difficult for him as a refining organ martial artist to get close. In the world, could there actually be a special cultivation technique for archery? In an instant, he could release 3 arrows with a 15-stone bow, each arrow precisely devilish. What a concept! Under such archery, the cost of forcing proximity was exposing flaws and becoming pierced by a multitude of arrows. "I'll see how many arrows you have." Luo Dongquan dared not charge blindly anymore, swinging his Himiao long sword, hoping to wait until the opponent ran out of arrows. However, by the time blood from his wounds soaked through his clothes, the rain of arrows had not ceased. The shovel-shaped arrowheads inside his body, due to the intense movements, nearly shredded his arm muscles. Even with a martial artist's robust physique, his speed was bound to slow down. Once slowed, he lost the advantage of a common refining organ martial artist. More arrows lodged in his body until he could no longer hold himself up and crashed to the ground. Damn! Emptied 3 arrow bags. Chun Sansi had brought out 5 arrow bags and used up a whole 3. Luckily, Luo Dongquan now lay on the ground looking like a porcupine, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, only exhaling without inhaling, his life clearly ebbing away. Chun Sansi aimed at the head and heart, shooting 2 more arrows each, and after ensuring death, he went over and decapitated him with a sword. Had he not been so hasty, he could have held out against me for quite a while. Of course, he would most likely still be worn down to death by me. Sure enough, a refining organ martial artist. Luckily, it's not refining internal organs perfection. Otherwise, he would have been really difficult to deal with. It's said that refining internal organs perfection martial artists can enter a berserk-like state in a short time, running their bodies into overdrive while temporarily forgetting pain, fully capable of taking arrow wounds head-on. Li Daji, Xia Erniu, Chun Sansi, holding Luo Dongquan's head. This counts as avenging both you and myself. He had prepared thoroughly. The Vajrabody was not needed in the end. The final card, Immortal Treasure Strange Fire, was also ready for use. Of course, it was good not to use it, for every use carried the risk of exposure. Uncle! A few yards away, Song Yen, worried about Luo Dongquan, came back and witnessed the entire scene. Chun Sansi also heard him approaching. In fact, Song Yen wouldn't have been able to escape even if he hadn't returned. Mounting the white swan horse, it would have taken less than 20 minutes to catch up and kill him. When dealing with matters, one must completely uproot the problem. Do you know what your uncle did? I know, he deserved to die. Song Yen cried inconsolably. But he was my uncle, and I still have to avenge him. Bring it on. Pucci, blood-refining warrior. Nowhere near a match for Chun Sansi. The moment he rushed forward with his saber, his heart was pierced, and he fell into a pool of blood, breathless. Great. Now I look like the bad guy again.